We'll get started. Doreen, Ware, and Sarah Dyer are going to be leading a discussion about international priorities for the genomics, genetics, and breeding database ecosystem. And I'll let them take it away.
All right. So Sarah asked me to lead this today in her lieu, and I believe at some point in time she may be joining us. So wait a second. I have to share my screen here, and I'm going to make sure I'm sharing the right one. And let me just open this up to the slideshow to view. So can everyone see the slides? Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So I'm here to discuss the international priorities, and Sarah really would have been the better one to give this talk. But let me just give you a little bit of background of what I've been engaged in the last few years in the context of international collaborations. So many of you know that I've had a long-term international collaboration with EBI on working with the Ensemble software infrastructure stack to support Grameen and now some of the pangenome databases. And we've had a long-standing collaboration with EBI after they established that they would start using the same infrastructure for plant genomes. We've been working very closely and coordinating with them in the light of there's too many things to do and it's better to collaborate than it is to compete. In addition to the collaborations that I've had with EBI, I've also been one on the Elixir. This is their life science platform, which is about governance and policy. I've been on the scientific advisory board for 8 years now, and I recently stepped down as chair of that and am rotating off in 1 year. In addition to that, I've been part of three cost actions with the EU. And their cost actions are similar to these RCNs, where the cost actions themselves provide resources specifically for networking opportunities. And I was involved in one early on that had to do with some of the grass-related genomes about 15 years ago. And then more recently, over the last 5 years, I was involved in ones with grapevines. So there are opportunities to think about how to have international collaborations. There's also the opportunity in NSF BBSRC grants that have looked at co-funding things. And very early on, that was established as part of the US EC plant biotechnology workforce, which established the coordination and the opportunity to be able to have joint funding opportunities. So while I'm not an international person, I've had opportunities to collaborate with fabulous people in the international arena. And I think for us, as we are considering moving forward, this is really a critical thing to be thinking about. Okay, so um, so as the introduction now for this, this is supposed to be a discussion session, and I'm the facilitator. So with Sarah, we were thinking about where does the Ag Bio Consortium fit on an international scale? Are international participants bring value and perspective that we are committed to better integrating into our work? Um, we should be thinking about expanding partnerships with international databases and consortium that have complementary missions, uh, both strategic priorities are part of a natural step of the growing of the AgBio data consortium. So one of the questions we really want to start answering today is how do we position ourselves as generally a global consortium that not only welcomes international partners, but actively benefits from and contributes to those broader ecosystems? And so, why this matters, many of you who were here yesterday, you saw this before this came out when Monica was talking. At this point in time, it had 44 databases. We have a very strong US foundation. And over the last few years, we have growing international participation. But if you take a look at this international participation is relatively small. And if you look at where our international participants are, they're also more clustered in one area than of the world than others. And so we need to think about how do we grow this out and what's our opportunity to become a global coordinating level. So we can already see from the number of databases involved here, they're involved across the plants, animals, and insects. They're infrastructure projects. They're targeted based on species. They're targeted based on data types. So there's a strong foundation of different types of databases that are involved in AgBio as well. So it's not just one type of infrastructure that we're considering. And so there's plenty of opportunities here. So as we go into this discussion, I want you to think about in AgBio, what are the problems that we are trying to solve by being a consortium together? And what do we consider success looks like in the short term, the midterm, and the long term? I think Monica gave really excellent introductions on what the group has accomplished over the last few years. And if we're thinking about what we want to look like and what we want to accomplish as a consortium over the next 5 years, what would make others want to be partners for us? So to take this to the next step, we really need to be thinking about what would it take for AgBioData to become an infrastructure that others want to plug into, right? So we want them to participate in us, not us just recruiting them in. They want to join us. So what would that look like? So we talked about some of these things, some of the big opportunities for the next phase. This has been brought up already. Shared AI modeling, federated data networks might be, standard alignments are some of the discussions that we're thinking about. So what I wanted to do is, David, were you able to get a poll working? So what I had hoped
Oh,
was to have two polls. This would be the first poll, and you guys to rank which one of these are most important to you. And so I'm not sure if that was able to get implemented.
we weren't able to do it, but we can do
Well,
it by hand.
Okay. So why don't we go and start out with if we were really thinking about in the international arena, remember, this is really international focus. Where are the biggest gaps for us? So, how many people would rank data integration as a top priority? And I can't see, do you guys, I can't see the chats at the same time I'm doing this. So someone else has to monitor that. So in the room, can somebody take a poll of how many would see data integration as one of the biggest gaps?
So I'm doing it. So it's 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
8 people.
How many people would
We
see,
have 10 in the room.
okay, how many people would see standards as the biggest gaps?
One, two, three, four, six. 6 in the room. How many online? I saw 2 online.
Okay. And did you get the online people for data integration?
Yeah, I believe it was 2.
Okay.
1.
How many people see the biggest gaps as AI modeling?
We have 5 in the room.
Okay. And I think I see, I can't see the online as easy, sorry. How many people think funding is the biggest gap? Now,
3
remember, we're
online.
talking about this from the international perspective. How many people thinks representation?
11. 11 on funding.
Okay.
Plus online.
How many people think representation?
Oh, can we do funding again? Not funding, representation. We just did funding. Sorry. Give me a second. Buffering.
And I think this representation was meant the different areas where the ag bio database was to give clarity. Okay, so based on this, what came out is like the top ranking orders.
Funding and data integration were the highest, about equal.
Okay. Okay. So as we go into discussion points, I've already discussed, to keep us focused, I really want us to think about short term, midterm, and long terms, but really the shorter term ones in thinking about the next 3 years for us, 1 to 2 to 3 years. Um, and and what are the problems we're going to be looking at, and how and what others, why others would want to partner with us. So I have 3 areas I want to discuss more broadly, and we're going to go into this: opportunities, partnerships, and funding and actions in this context. So what I'd like to do is oh my gosh, these are a slightly different set of slides. Sorry about that. Um, that got moved over. So I want to go ahead and start with opportunities and discuss this for the next like 10 minutes as a group. So in the context of the things that we're going to talk about funding and actions, but where can we see AgBioData add the most global value, right? Um, and what are we most uniquely positioned to lead? These are primers for discussion. And where is coordination more important than new development? All right. So I'd like to start out with anybody in the room want to comment on these areas and opportunities for international collaboration. Okay. So let's just start out with where can AgBio add the most global value?
Hi.
Right.
Doreen, Monica's on in the room. I can comment if I may.
Okay, that's great. I can't see people, so you guys need to
Maybe I can go up
facilitate.
here. I'm not sure where the
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and we can help facilitate the discussion from in the room too. So in terms of how we can add value, I mean, I think what we've built over the past 10 years is like the main thing that comes to my mind is a infrastructure for coordination and communication. Like we're here, we know each other, we kind of know how to run things now. And so that is the first thing that comes to my mind, and that might attract other people to come is if we can continue to build the communication piece of what we do.
Okay. I'm curious, I should have asked this earlier because I wasn't able to see who's online. How many European people do we have online? How many people not from the US do we have online?
I'm from Germany.
From
Praveen,
Germany
it is.
as well.
I'm from France.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to be leaning to my European colleagues online to help out a little bit about this as well. Okay. And add to this. So so Monica, speaking towards being a coordination body. I think that within Europe, there does exist some coordination bodies as well. For instance, Elixir is a coordination body. The the germplasm centers are coordination bodies for some of these areas. Um, you know, are do we see opportunities to better align with some of these that I'm thinking about in Europe, but are there other opportunities to align with we can talk about partnerships as well for some of those opportunities, Monica? Do you see any of those, or for the European participants online? Um, do you see opportunities for alignment? I see
Maybe,
Gregor.
Yeah,
online.
maybe I just say a word. What comes to mind is that we all suffer from difficulties maintaining databases and also the cost of developing them, such that a standardization of the databases would help to reduce the cost for each community to establish one for their species. And if we could have something like a joint hosting based on a standardized database model, that would also reduce cost and maybe allow for hosting long term with reduced costs.
So Gregor, if I hear what you're saying is there are opportunities to support scaling across the community if we have some more shared resources that we all contribute to versus having individual siloed software or infrastructure packages.
I would guess so, without being expert on all these databases. I would think so.
Okay. Do I have any other comments on this opportunity? So what I heard was opportunities to have shared software platforms, perhaps even shared human resources on for training and when you have gaps in expertise. Because if you have multiple people working on open source software, then you have a larger group of people sharing knowledge versus it being maintained only in one group. Internationally, um, do we see other opportunities in the room? Is there anybody thinking about this besides
Doreen, this is
Monica?
Tanya.
Tanya?
And I just wanted to comment on where are we uniquely positioned to lead. So I think over the past 10 years, one of the strengths of the AgBioData Consortium has been building a community, and a community that shares knowledge. And for myself, I've learned so much from meeting, interacting, and learning from the different working groups. So I think that is a strength that few places, few organizations have. And I personally think that we can lean into that, and that as more organizations think Erie, CIMMYT, other international breeding organizations, they might be very interested in seeing what we've done and joining.
Another question.
Thank you, Tanya.
From here, Leonore, if she may. Yeah.
Hey, hi, Doreen. This is Leonore. Do I stand somewhere where people can see me? So the other thing I was thinking was what originally brought us all together, right? Is that, we share, common concerns, there's common problems, and that, the many can accomplish more than, us in our individual silos. So I know that we, in our communications, are addressing a lot of the similar things that other groups internationally are addressing. I know that, like some of the the education curriculum, for example, there are other sort of similar efforts going on some other place. So if we can collaborate then and sort of work to identify and fill in those gaps, then we can have a much more of a multiplier effect rather than doing these things in our individual silos.
All right, so would anybody like to comment on where is coordination more important than new development?
There's a question from here or a comment here.
This is Daekwon. But for the international scale, I think different regions of the world have different interests of the crop species. For example, Asia, they like rice, and Africa, they probably like cassava or sorghum. In Europe, it's corn, US, with soybean. So I think AgBioData can be a first checking point. Whoever interested in data, gene expression or genome sequencing data, to go there and get some information and then get branch out more specific other database, which is tons of them available already. I think we can have the opportunity to be a kind of first checkpoint database for those scientists who interest in multiple different species. Does that make sense?
Like an entry point.
Yeah, entry point.
So would you rephrase that as, I think there was a highlight yesterday of almost a discovery tool, of a discovery tool where you can understand, where you can discover where there might be some resources of the different commodity groups that you would be interested in.
Yes.
Okay. So what I would like to do is move on. Does anybody have any other discussion points that they want to talk about opportunities? Because what I heard initially was data integration is one of the biggest gaps that we saw, right? And so so it can be considered an opportunity, right?
There's one more comment from the room, Doreen. Hang on.
Okay,
This is Sharon.
you guys keep on moving forward with comments from the room because it's hard
Yeah.
for me to see.
Yeah.
One point is these AI models, different groups, it's confusing for me. So many DNA language model, protein language model, and then the regulatory model. I mean, that also needs some kind of sort out and then categorize for people, for the community. That's what I'm thinking, the coordination part in the AI models that's built by the large community across the globe internationally.
So what I'm hearing from you, Sharon, is there's an opportunity in the emergent area of AI models to actually help coordinate this as part of a path forward in our next 1 to 3 to 4 years, where we've had strengths initially in some of the data types. We could potentially review opportunities to work globally on the AI models. So
Yes.
I'm going to throw this out here as a facilitator. What do the AI models need? Most of them need really good training sets. They need gold data sets. Is there opportunities for us to be thinking about how, and this is part of the AI readiness working group, do we have opportunities to coordinate internationally on bringing together data sets that can be used better for training models or support for these data integration activities?
There's a comment from the room, Doreen.
This is Omar Harb from ViewPath.db. So building on this, maybe one thing that AgBio can offer is a way to provide unified light sort of metadata unification. So you don't want to go in and obviously invest a huge effort into harmonizing metadata across all sorts of databases. That's very expensive. But maybe there's a light way of generating sort of a light ontology for a simple way of entering information about data sets across the globe. And so that will be an attractive thing for different consortiums to join in because it's not a huge effort to use that light metadata. I'm obviously speaking in maybe a little bit of fiction here, but I think there are ways of doing that. And this could be AI assisted actually to generate those metadata harmonization models. And that could be an attractive thing for others to join in. And also it'll help with, it's needed actually for AI models to function properly. You need the right, or at least a sufficient amount of metadata that's useful to be able to understand the underlying data.
Thank you. Does anybody want to expand or comment on that? Okay, then what I would like to do is move on and talk more specifically about partnerships. So in our existing consortium, as we're starting to look at a deeper integration internationally, are there partnerships that we're currently missing now? Are there regions that are underrepresented? Where can we better align with efforts that we may not have here versus duplicate them. And I think it's very, we already had one comment from in the room about there are different regions of the world that have different interest in different commodity groups, as an example. There are, as I tried to point out earlier, not only do we have commodity groups or species-specific representation, whether it be animals or plants or insects, but we also have infrastructure components, groups that specialize more on specific standards, more on APIs associated with specific data types. And so there's different types of infrastructure, ontologies as an example. So I'd like to open up the floor to box number of partnerships up here and have a discussion about internationally, what are potentially new partnerships or existing partnerships that we need to be strengthening. Do I have any thoughts from people online? Okay. So
I have a thought, Doreen. I was just going to wait for other people, but if I can talk. This is Monica. So I was thinking about it from maybe a different perspective. So a lot of AgBioData is crop focused. And a lot of AgBioData is in our case USDA, because USDA has put a lot of investment into developing resources for crops for obvious reasons. So I was thinking about it in two different ways. So one, are there other sort of parallel organizations to USDA in other regions? Like I'm forgetting the name of the Australian organization for ag. CSIRO, thank you. Might be another, comparative organization that might have a vested interest in collaborating. Although, of course, then you have the massive time zone issue, which is always a big problem with collaborating in that, with China or Australia, those areas. So that's one take. And then the other take was, well, if we think about it from a crop area, or I should probably be thinking about insects more since that's my domain. But since we're mainly crops, where are the crops in other countries that are being actively developed and could use more genomic resources or might be on the verge of developing? Like in Africa, I know you work on sorghum, Doreen, and that might be one point. But are there other areas there that are being actively developed and are probably getting more genome resources, for example, through the Earth Biogenome Project and the consortium members that are sort of burgeoning and might need, advice on how to get started, or might have advice for us on the problems that they are facing as a burgeoning model crop. Tanya has a comment here from the room.
Tanya,
I was wondering about, in the beginning, there was kind of reluctance to be more international because of that time zone difference, right? And being NSF, RCN, US funded. But I did wonder whether, I mentioned this earlier, places like the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines, CIMMYT in Mexico, might be interested if we took away the time zone challenge or somehow found a way to work around it. It seems like those organizations and others like them under maybe the CGIAR umbrella might be interested because they're doing similar things to the groups that are already part of AgBioData.
We have another comment from the room, Sunita.
Yeah, so we are also missing key international organizations like ICRISAT, CGIAR, FAO, CIMMYT. They are also developing genomic resources, and they are also having a lot of tools and other things. And they're working for that particular community also. So we may think about having some sort of collaborations and some coordinations with them.
So are there any other comments from anyone online? Are there additional comments from people in the room?
No.
Okay. If there aren't, then I'm going to throw another aspect out there to think about these partnerships internationally. So we've talked about the CG Center's globe germplasm. I think there's going to be a session in this afternoon on sustainability, but industry reps, seed companies, um, uh, other agricultural related companies dealing with livestock. These are many times global organizations as well, and we think of them as public, private sector. I think that private sector thinks about things very globally as well. And so I think that there's been a real gap in potentially engaging private sector partnerships. And I think that in what we've been discussing here, much like we can have databases that have representation of the species and organisms, and we have representation of databases for specific data type. I think as we think about the next stage here of partnerships, we need to consider who our partnerships are in industry where they might relate to the commodity groups, and who our partners are in industry that might relate to technologies. Right? Because we saw I was not able to be part of the bioscience element. I wasn't able to speak to that. But in thinking about industry partnerships, we also need to think about the standards and the ability to integrate across the different data types that are coming from the single samples. So I think that there's been as we think about our international partnerships, we need to think about some of our stakeholders who are utilizing us are also very internationally based, and perhaps where there's been a gap in thinking about those partnerships. Does anybody have comments or thoughts on that?
Yes.
Hi, this is Olivia from the in-person audience. So I think that partnering with industry is helpful as far as using like their resources, as far as like, you know, sequencing or something. They can definitely do it at a scale that that we can't. But I also wonder if including industry who kind of like guards their genomic resources is fair when developing our own genomic resources. Just because, you know, they have access to all this data, and then, you know, they'll have access to our data as well, but it's not reciprocal. So I guess kind of, you know, the question is, what do we want from industry and what can they realistically give us is kind of how I see it.
Does anybody want to speak to that in the room or online?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Sorry,
is John McNamara.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, this whole question of cooperating with industry and industry protecting data, I think, is a path that has just tremendously wasted a lot of time. Industry is almost always where the science and research get implemented. So yes, there are certainly companies who do better in working day to day with public bodies, but there's been a long successful history of science and education working with industry. So I think instead of always bringing up what about data sharing, what about data security, we have the means to share data. We have the means to secure data. If we have a project like using different types of varieties and AI to come up with a new variety, and we talked about that at the USDA forum back in March. USDA has a big program on this using AI to search through our massive knowledge base to come up with a strain relevant to that area and time. And so it's not relevant at that point whether or not we can access some data from a company. But there's been massive examples with animal genomics and genomic proofs and things like that, where there's cooperation that's very functional, very effective. And so, when we, and again, as has been mentioned here this morning, many of these companies are huge, big, multinational companies, but they apply their knowledge very specifically in specific regions. It's not like, okay, here's breed XYZ15 planted everywhere in the world. So I think we need to move forward, and when we're talking about partnerships, it always comes around to what Dorrie put up here. What problem are we solving first? Okay, and is the problem we're solving require integration from businesses XYZ? A lot of these issues, and again, we've talked about them for a long time, they frankly require massive inputs of capital from multi-government cooperation to support the infrastructure. And in the lack of that, big companies will do what they need to do. So I think, if we can focus on some examples, and I think, Dorrie, NRSP 10, as I understand, is one where, it's got a history, it's got an effectiveness, it has a life of its own, if you will. So that could be a model or a platform for some shorter term gain.
Okay. So I would like to wrap, sort of give a quick summary to this section here and move on to the funding and action. Does anyone else have comments on this section?
I just had a really kind of quick one. Sorry, this is Leonore in the room. Just so when I think about, the relationship to industry, and I think about things like the Pistoia Alliance and how the pharmaceutical companies have sort of all helped, to rally around, probably for their own sort of selfish reasons, helping to build these standards and supporting those communities. So, perhaps it's selfishly thinking like, industry might be interested in supporting these activities because ultimately they're also a stakeholder and a consumer of the data, and it benefits them to have these standards and rules that we're trying to apply. Yeah. So money.
There's one more comment if we may too, Doreen.
Doreen, this is Tanya. So I was actually inspired last night by the presentation by Element Biosciences and their commitment to using standard data formats, capturing workflows, and making it easy for people to share and control their data. And I was thinking that if there was outreach, maybe we spearhead it to various instrument companies for people generating their data, it would make it a lower barrier for sharing. And really what we want is for data to get into the public domain so that it can be reused. So that could be part of involving industry, not at the thinking ag tech, but thinking the instruments that people use to generate their data.
So does anybody else have comments on the room or online before because I do have some things I want to jump in and sort of summarize and also speak to industry.
No more comments here.
Anyone online? Okay.
I guess.
So go
sorry,
ahead,
Doreen.
Sarah, go ahead.
No, I mean, some of the things that kind of have already been said, I guess, but it's not just that we have the means to share the data, but we have the mandate to do it, right? And we're coming from a very different position than industry, but we should be working with them to make sure that the data that we produce is useful for them, because otherwise, that's cutting off a whole avenue of downstream kind of translational impacts. So it's really, really important to have them at the table. And I think talking about as Tanya just suggested, with the kind of machine vendors, like great, but definitely making sure that we can make our data as because, I mean, if it's easy consumable by industry, it's easy consumable by everyone, which is going to benefit everybody as well. So oftentimes they're more advanced in thinking about some of these things than and more together because they're kind of moving fast. So yeah, bringing that all together and having them at the table, I think, is really key.
Other people, John, do you have another comment? John, you're silent.
Thank you. No, I have nothing else right now.
Okay. So following up on what Sarah said, I want to communicate past examples of industry partnerships and how that has worked fairly well, and to be thinking about potential partnerships in the future. So many of you may not know, but the plant ontology originally was based on shared descriptors that were provided by three major companies, and information associated with the specific companies was removed, and then we utilized that information and built on it and then provided it back. So it was a baseline of controlled vocabularies that were used because descriptors to be shared between us was important. Some of the technology companies, like, for instance, sequencing companies for long read sequencing, like PacBio, have really focused more on the chemistry and technology now, and the software for downstream use of their system, of their data types, is now more of an open source development activity. So it becomes an of how you work with them. I really like the discussion about the standards, whether we're using and RSIDs, and this is an adoption for marker companies and human all have to have these standards, but in agriculture we don't have this, so the formats that come out are different. So I think it's really, really important for us to focus on our mandate, and for some of us is as making this data useful for all. And when we're talking about an integration activity, which was data integration was identified as one of the top things, making sure that all of the partners, whether they're in private or public, have an opportunity to operate across those data sets is, I think, important. So what I would like to sort of summarize is here is we talked earlier on about germplasm centers, and there are germplasm centers, perhaps the CGs we brought up. There are other germplasm centers that maybe there could be more of a reach to that we could consider as partnerships. We also touched on briefly a discussion like USDA was brought up in the equivalent of a CSRO. There's also Embrapa as an example. There's also some of the INRA in Europe, where there are the equivalent lines across of where nations have like the equivalent of USDA. Not all nations have governments have the equivalent of USDA, but we could potentially look at that as a potential partnership. One we haven't also touched on, but I just want to bring it up, is a lot of our organizations are international based, right? So we have, ISMB, we have journals that are international based. It's a different type of industry, but they are international based as well. And working with them and coordinating with them on partnerships bring in that international aspect of things. So what I'd like to do is talk about funding and action and fundings and actions just for like 4 or 5 minutes. And then what I'd like to do is sort of summarize and maybe we could get what are some of like 1 or 2 top priorities, whether it's that data integration, who would need to be involved. Talk about what are like 3 things we'd like to see happen in the next year that has to do with international base to build on, and summarize that a little bit more concretely, and what other partners to look at. So if we go to the funding, what is reasonably tractable to look at in the and where there are opportunities for international funding in the future. And so I would like to ask first online if there are anybody who would like to speak to potential opportunities for funding actions that could be international, and then we'll go to the room. So does anybody want to jump in online? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and move to the room, and then we can go back to online. Okay. Do we have any thoughts of potential international funding that people would like to bring up opportunities in the room? Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and then lay
one comment here.
Did anybody, do we have somebody
Yes,
there?
one second.
Okay, so for the research-wise, I think, but just resource is kind of descriptive. So what I'm saying is we can pitch AgBioData can be a data hypothesis generation platform. So people can use the data set just for, just for something for their research. So we can demonstrate how our data can be valuable, useful for the research-wise to generate hypotheses. Can be tested them for their own whatever research platform, but we can provide kind of point researchers, geneticists or molecular biologists, breeders can use our data set generate hypotheses.
Okay. Thank you. So what I'm hearing from you is there's an opportunity for us to think about utilizing some of these resources to support hypothesis-driven research. Is that what I heard from you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to speak to, so that could be an example of potentially a small pilot project of how you could utilize, we've talked about some of the AI agents and the MCP examples where we could go across databases and potentially generate hypothesis testing research. Anyone else in the room?
Hi, Doreen. This is Natalie in the room. And I just wanted to mention someone previously inquired about or suggested CSIRO in Australia for a potential international partnership. There is an open call right now that I put in the notes that has a couple of hooks that might be appropriate for AgBioData. I have done work with them before. It's always fun. And there might be an opportunity there to grow international partnership at the same time as doing some funded research.
Okay. I know that that the NSF Cyvers project at one point in time had some also ongoing collaborations with Australia as well. And it may be worthwhile to look and review those partnerships and where they went with regard to Australia. Any other suggestions in the room? Okay, online I see Alenkana. Go ahead and unmute yourself online.
Hello, my name's Elkana. I joined, but there was a very big storm where I am. There's a very big storm, but it has calmed down now. So I joined, and one of the things we can use biodata for is especially in areas of, we look at seed companies, like the ones that are in the market. There's a lot of data from researchers that can help in improving the quality of seeds that they release to the market. Because that is the area I am in. I'm an MSc student at Kenyatta University pursuing my MSc in my area of research is sorghum. We find that there's a lot of products in the market which are seeds, and you find that some of them are not very suitable for some ecological zones that they are in. So the biodata that researchers have can actually help the companies in improving their product if they are willing to take up the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments online?
Doreen, not sure if you can see the chat, but there's a couple of comments have gone into the chat as well.
I can't see the chat right now.
So
Oh,
Gregor had posted a comment. I don't know whether you want to unmute and share it with Doreen. Gregor, to call you out on the spot. Otherwise, I can go ahead with mine.
oh, I see it. The German NFDI initiative is working on developing standards for database. Not sure about the details and opportunities for funding abroad. So I'm not sure if I can speak to this. I'm not sure if Diane is online or in the room, but previously there were potential opportunities for U.S. And German funding agencies to work together, similar as BBSRC. So this might be something interesting to explore as well. Then I see Sarah has said working across resources and developing standards are common activities for Elixir. And we've invited Elixir meetings, but maybe we can have more on our to work with them. And I would I would recommend that highly as well. Sarah, I mentioned earlier on Elixir. I mentioned also in the context of my European colleagues, cost actions have sometimes been very fruitful for resource coordination networks. And so if we were to think about that, and that is solely for coordination, it supports a program coordinator. It supports usually travel and exchanges between individuals and groups on the research coordination, and it funds meetings and these are sometimes funded between 3 and 5 years with an opportunity for an extension. So I think that there could be, depending upon what the calls are, and if there was interest from Europe to review what cost actions have been engaged in this area. And perhaps this could be a way to expand this a little bit more in the international arena and thinking about a cost action for the networking component. So I'm just throwing this out there that there's a potential to review opportunities for cost actions with our European colleagues. We also know that there's NSF BBSRC calls that are available for agencies for the agencies as well. And Sarah, I'm not sure if you're as familiar, but with that, I know Diane had communicated to me there are some very specific ones for bioinformatics and systems understanding for host microbiomes and synthetic cells and cellular systems. So there's the potentially for smaller specific projects that might be in the area of that specific area with host microbe interactions or biological informatics straight that are part of the UKRI BBSRC. There's also an NSF U.S.-Israeli Binational Science Foundation research cooperations, and there's a very large agricultural component in Israel that I think we also haven't tapped and brought in. I think we can think about there are potential things to do with, I've mentioned Imbrapa before. So I think there's ways that we can think about extending potential collaborations through in other parts of the world for like joint funding. So I'm bringing it up. We have identified potentially the CSIRO, and so we need a person who would be willing to do that, potential for a cost, and then potential maybe for an NSF, BBSRC. These are all available soon or potentially in the next year. Now, I think that in AgBio, when we talked about funding yesterday, I think we should think about that question of what problems are we solving. We don't have to solve the problem of funding the whole consortium as a start. We can look at breaking this down into smaller aspects of things. We've talked about this before of metadata. And having standards for that to support integration. But what I also heard from this group, and I think it's very interesting to explore, is this idea of discoverability, right? So I know that INRA has worked on these projects where there's discoverability between different species that they've been working on, of data sets associated, for instance, with wheat. Sarah, I think you're familiar with that. That might be something we want to talk about. So I'm getting the signs that are telling me it's close to shutting down here, and we're at an hour. So I'd like to hear just you guys in the room and online, if you had to give, if we had to pick one or two things, you know, top opportunities. Could people just throw out, based on this discussion, what are some top opportunities that they see now based on this discussion? It could be the existing ones we were already looking at, or it could be new ones that came out of this discussion. Anybody in the room want to do a quick summary? Okay. Online? Okay. I think that
Yeah,
go
real
ahead,
quick,
John.
as the gentleman, I can't remember his name, who talked about the different seeds appropriate or not appropriate for that area. I think there's some opportunities there if we open our windows a little wider, that we can partner with some NGOs and or governments who want access to data, not for the kind of research labs that we have here, but these smaller scale projects that have a definite application. So, for example, this region needs this kind of genetics in this kind of plant to move themselves forward. And therefore, how could we use our network to pull the right people together, the right groups together to do that?
Okay. All right. I am not doing my job as the facilitator here, but I believe that Sarah has joined us, and I want to give her an opportunity in the last minute or two, if there is anything that we didn't bring up or anything that she would like to leave us with.
Crikey, well, having missed the first half an hour, apologies. I don't know what was discussed already, but yeah, definitely, I think the industry absolutely struck a chord with me, and we should be doing that. And as I say, presenting to these Elixir communities that are already established communities that we can tap into easily. So there's one for plants, and then there's this new domestic animals community. Seem like obvious easy wins that we can do in kind of both directions. So those would be high on my priority list.
Okay. If there are no if there are any other things that we want to bring up before we close out the session, this is the time. All right, then I want to thank everybody in the room and online who participated, and wish you the best in the next sessions. And as you're thinking about those working groups, think about international collaborators as well in them.
Great. Great. Thank you, Doreen and Sarah, for hosting this. This was a really productive and good discussion. So I appreciate that. And we'll probably have a lot to chew on and to think about from all of the feedback and notes that were generated here. So as Doreen alluded to, we are moving on to our next part of our session. Get my notes here. So the rest of the morning, we were going to focus on working group accomplishments. As I mentioned yesterday, a lot of the work that is done in AgBioData is essentially on a volunteer basis by our working groups. And so this morning is dedicated to learning what they have accomplished and then discussing where the working groups can move forward. And if you look at our agenda document, you can see how that's going to break out. So in this next hour, the plan was to have short presentations. The first two, I believe, are going to be from working groups that have ended. So already, and just to give but recently, and so have a quick summary of what they've done in 5-minute presentations. And then we'll go to our 4 currently active working groups. And then we will break out and we'll have just directions on how to do that locally. Actually, there'll be a 15-minute bio break and then we'll do 45-minute discussion sessions. So, but to start out, Marcella, are you ready? Great. And do we need to set this up on? Give us a minute to sort out the technical aspect here, and then we can get going. And we have 5 minutes for our introduction here, so we can spend that time here. Thanks, Marcella. Oh, yes.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Marcela, we met yesterday. I am representing the AgBioData Standards for Genetic Variation Working Group, and today I'm going to share our recently published work in scientific data. It's on the adoption of standard reference SNP identifiers, or RSIDs, in agricultural genomics. The headline, numbers 220 million RSIDs have been adopted. Oops, sorry. Have been adopted by 5 crop databases.
You guys sharing with us? Or is it just me? Okay, I see it now.
Okay, thank you. You see it, right?
Yes,
Online?
we can see it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm representing again the Standard for Genetics Variation Working Group, and here are the headlines of our recently published paper. 220 million RSIDs for 4 crops and the Arabidopsis model system, and about 57 million RSIDs, new RSIDs for sorghum and soybeans were deposited in the European Variation Archive, and 6 or more agricultural databases are now using this standard. It's not this is not working. That's not working. Oh, no, that is okay, this is a snapshot of our earlier working, our earlier meetings where we always had like about a dozen of represented researchers from crop databases, livestock resources, infrastructure platforms. No. So, and this is our paper. Yeah, and this is our paper. Okay, so let's just move on. And you can see a very good the international representation. Here are represented 6 different countries and 3 different continents. So, just in tune of our next. Okay. Our work started in groups just like this, where we identify challenges, we propose solutions, and we pick our problem. And we moved on with the next, with this problem. We identified that we were missing standard identifiers for genetic variants. Okay, so a reference SNP identifier is a standard identifier for SNPs. So it represents a location in the genome where you can have the same position in different reference assemblies. It's for a genome. Yes, so you can have the same genome assembly in different assemblies, may have the position of that particular locus may vary. So the position is going to be different, but it's going to have the same alleles, you're going to see. And so you maybe it becomes clear when I show you an example of an allele of a variant across genomes, you'll see. Okay, so the problem, we had fragmented agricultural genomic data. We didn't have identifiers that were shared. Now that we're getting to the AI readiness era, it's very important to have standard RSIDs because now it's going to be much easier to look for an RSID instead of looking for a mutant that is called different in different papers, in different assemblies, and with different positions. Agriculture has lagged behind because human genomics has adopted RSID since 1998. So it was time for us to catch up and no longer live in fragmented workflows, inconsistent. So yeah, that's been our approach. We surveyed the community. Okay, that wasn't my fault, but okay, just figure one. This is great. We have ramped up, so it's great. We have a lot more RSIDs for agricultural species. This is the data journey, how we go from like data producer submitting to a repository, our databases being kind of the broker, then going to the different infrastructures, integrating with other kinds of data, even being interoperable with other databases and resources. You can keep going. So this is the example that it becomes more clearer. So you have a variant in a position in the genome. You have two alleles, and in this case, it's for this variant. One allele, the C allele, is characteristic for sweet corn, while the T allele is in starchy corn. Okay, and so now instead of calling it position blah blah in this genome in different varieties of maize, you can call it all the same because it's the same locus, but it is and it could also, and you can use it to go from older assemblies to newer assemblies. It goes on. Okay, okay. This basically you have my slides. And I can explain, I can talk to you individually, but basically the call to action is that we want to use this because it's gonna be much easier to identify by calling it by a single name than temporary. These are persistent. Thank you. And we have a guide, a fair user guide, implementation guide.
All right, thank you, Marcella. Let's give Marcella a round of applause for speediest talk. Appreciate it. All right, now we can stop sharing because I believe John McNamara is presenting next, right, John? On the phenotypic data standardization. Okay, great. Thank you, John.
Yes.
You have 5 minutes. And can you share your screen? Do you have slides?
Yeah, I can do it that way. Hang on.
Or if you'd like us to share and
I would
advance,
prefer
we can do that.
if you would. I've only got to go through 3, so if you could throw them up there, I won't take a lot of time. I guarantee it.
Can do. think, yeah, this one, I think. All right. Where's that? Oh, where's the presenter view here? Okay.
So while we're doing while she's getting that up there, I'm actually batting third for Jody and Jennifer who couldn't make it, but I just want to put some things out here basically to generate discussion today and tomorrow. Clearly, we've gone through all the needs for integrated levels of genomics, phenomics, nutrition, health, environment, those kinds of things in agriculture. We need that integration. So I bring it around, we've talked this morning. What are you doing? What do you want to do? What do your groups want to do? What's preventing you from doing that? What are some needs that you have? And I would give an example. I put in the chat hopefully the link works. It's about phenome health, phenomehealth.org, which is yet another Lee Hood startup. And it's a typical Lee Hood approach of we're going to study diabetes and we're going to measure everything. And they're taking samples for the whole scope of genome, phenome, microbiome, metabolome, those kinds of things. So an example of a need, like Dorrie said, what's the goal, what's the need, and the ability to do those integrated data sets. So be thinking about that, of what you can do, how you can interact with other groups. You might not have been directly working on phenotypes or those types of things, but or opposite, you're working on phenotypes and you really don't have a strong connection with a genotype group, you can work with that. And then if you can just fast forward to slide number 10. I think it's 3. Okay. So basically, what I've got here is just some ideas that we came up with, and a couple of things that I think are relevant. The white paper that we put together was actually generated by me to begin with as an outline with ChatGPT, outlining the needs for phenomic databases and interactions, and I pegged it to, we've got 5 major areas here, and they put that out in an outline, and then we talked about it as a group and had volunteers for each of those 5 areas, and they put together their sections with their expertise, and then came back, and as an editor I put that together as a document that then Jody and Jennifer finished up for the white paper. And so it's an opportunity that's out there. So these are some of the things related back to Dorrie's talk a few minutes ago of what we can do. All right, strategic level. Next slide. Okay, there's a number of different kinds of mechanisms that we can use. This is something we've talked about in this group. Okay, we have to work with the proper citations, identifiers, journal requirements. Why would someone use us, for example? Well, perhaps we can provide better annotation, curation, analysis of the sources that you're using. And this we touched on this here the last hour. At some point in time, databases are used to make decisions. Okay, so classic one in breeding plants and animals. So what are some of the things that we can do to integrate, so we have a decision on the ground? I need to do this with my cropping system. I need to do this with my animal system. Here are some of the phenotypes I've got. All right. What data do I need to change that or improve that to come back to the phenomic and genomic databases? Next.
You have 1 minute left, John.
Yeah, one more slide I've got. Is there another slide? If not, then this is it.
All right, that was it.
Okay, so, things for you to discuss as we go on today. Thanks.
All right, great. Let's thank John for presentation. Appreciate that. We have time for one question if there are any questions. And if you're online, I can't see you, so you can unmute and just go ahead and talk. Okay, no. All right, then next up we have Sarah Dyer, who will present on the AI Readiness Working Group. Sarah, would you like to share or should we share for you?
I will have a go at sharing.
Okay, give it a go.
Tell me
And
how it
I
goes.
forgot to mention earlier, if there are questions for these talks, we'll see how things go. If there's time, we can have them, but otherwise there'll be plenty of time to discuss during the breakout sessions. So, okay. Are you ready, Sarah?
Yes, I'm trying to peer into the room and it looks okay, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Great.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
So yeah, I'm here presenting on behalf of the AI Readiness or AIR working group, as we are shorthand known. We're the newest working group, so we don't have a huge amount of impacts yet to discuss, but we are thinking about a lot of areas, so we wanted to bring that today. So our kind of framing context is that originally our agricultural data resources databases that we kind of know and love were designed for human researchers and traditional bioinformatics approaches rather than the kind of AI, ML computational pipelines that we are needing now. So the kind of impact of this is that it limits various important attributes like machine readability and accessibility of kind of computational access directly, interoperability across different data sets and platforms, efficient data extraction and the reuse of that, which kind of all sums up to the full realization of fair principles for AI, right? So it's just not, it's fair, but not fair enough if you're AI. So we want to work on that. So we came together as the AIR working group to think about our genomics and genetics, genomics and breeding data databases, to think about how we can support this efficient and responsible AI use, because this is very important, kind of different aspects, through providing AI-ready data. So we started back, only in January. This is a snapshot from our first meeting, so may not have captured everybody that joined in subsequent meetings, but we had a very good turnout, and so this is my acknowledgements of the working group members, as they are. Some of you will spot yourselves. Oops. So we started off by kind of trying to unpack a little bit what is AI ready. We had it as our group name, but like really, what does it mean for us? So there's various aspects that we have focused on in our discussions so far. So the data needs to be accessible for AI, which kind of implies that it has to have a sensible structure. There also needs to be a level of trust. There's so much talk around AI slop and all the rest of it. So, we need to make sure that we have, we understand about the quality of the data. And governance is an important part as well as to what can be accessed and accessed for which purposes. So we've kind of broken it down. It's hard to slice because many of the slices are interrelated, but we've anyway got it in 5 headings, and I will walk you through them in the next slide. So of the various kind of topics, so access and delivery is maybe a good place to start, because it's thinking about how that data is accessed in the first place, kind of computationally. So APIs that exist to extract the data and have clear specifications in how you can use them is obviously like a very good place to start. It may be also that just having bulk downloaded data in standard formats is actually an easier option, has some benefits as well. I'm really thinking about how we can package data up to be AI friendly. So what kind of file sizes, what kind of data chunks, what formats are needed, and having those sort of access points that AI can just take and run with. So we sort of think about the practical side of delivering the data. And as a very important element of that is how that data is structured and what metadata is captured. And I think in all working groups, metadata probably comes up to quite a degree in AgBioData. So obviously we would love to have the highest quality and consistent metadata that is machine readable. And we need to think about the best practice for how that metadata is created as well. There are some discussions around addition of metadata kind of after the fact that AI can help with, which is an interesting area to explore. But how we can really ensure that good quality metadata is generated ideally at the point of data creation and captured and stored. And then guidance that are associated with that for how that data can be interpreted and therefore reused. So this kind of leads us on again naturally maybe into quality and provenance. So where does the data come from? Having that traceability, particularly if you want me to get into the realms of access and benefit sharing of sequence data and all the rest of it, this is really key to have this kind of history. But also in terms of, do you trust the data? And do you have a kind of, is it possible to put a value, a kind of confidence indication on this data? Is it data that's been verified by a human? Is this data that has been generated by AI? All of this kind of capturing this information can help influence how it's used downstream, how reliable it's seen as. So being transparent about some of those limitations can be essential as well. And then there's things more about the infrastructure and the security. So can we cope with the access? So many of us with resources will find that we have huge numbers of demands now from non-human access. And that's really is impacting the experience of our human users because a lot of our services are suffering. So how can we manage that access and secure and ensure that it's scalable? Does data need to be encrypted? Is there kind of handling that has to happen there? And is access different depending on who's accessing it, and how can we manage that? So all that kind of infrastructure and security element. And then finally, we've got the sort of policy and governance. So licensing is really important for AI use, so that whether things can be used downstream and by whom. So capturing all of that data ownership and usage rights, and also that then can feed into acknowledgements and credits, which otherwise can be sort of lost in the process. So yeah, the governance and the kind of policies around there are also key. So we've talked about all these topics which are really broad and they are interrelated. And as I say, we started in January, we had a kickoff meeting. We spent February sort of exploring some of these big priority areas, fleshing them out a little bit, bringing our different kind of thoughts and priorities, which in no way do we all align on like one priority, because we all agree that different aspects of them are important for us. So trying to sort of figure out what to tackle next. Clear interest was coming with MCP implementations. So we had Adam come and present to us, which was great to sort of look at that API access and how that can be, how easy it is to put an MCP layer on our resources. And Olivia came and presented the great work that Maze GDBD has been doing in terms of looking at various aspects of AI readiness. So that was a very nice presentation and paper from those guys. If you think this sounds interesting and you're keen to know more, we meet fortnightly on a Monday at all of those time zones. Hopefully they're the same time. And our next meeting is in 2 weeks on the 4th of May, and we have a Slack channel, the AI Readiness Working Group, which you may join. So we've kind of identified loads of areas that we are interested in, and as I said, that are not discrete. And we've also identified many things that we could do. So part of it is understanding better the AI community. Do we need to reach out to them, make them aware of us, learn about their needs? Maybe we want to go for having a go at the MCP implementation across various resources of like different types of resources, just to see how we get on and kind of learn from that and share that information with each other. Metadata standards are always important. Maybe we want to do a machine learning data bundle that pulls together data from different resources and kind of packages it up as one bundle as a bit of a test experience for how we work together and how the community can then ingest it. Or do we want to focus on different gentle access guidelines and test the various approaches that are out there for limiting some of the impact that we're having by kind of AI being interested in us. So really, we want to kind of bring it back here today because we're very early in our journey and understand what do our AgBioData members need most or need first. So we are bringing the question to you. We have breakout groups coming up, and our questions are going to be around really kind of getting into some of those use cases that you have. So who's using your data for AI purposes, if you know, and how did you find out? Or do you know of someone that would like to and currently cannot? And this is kind of what we would like to address. What data and metadata and formats do they need? And what are your barriers to producing that? So can we work together to make it easier for ourselves? What would you really like to see as an outcome from the working group? What would be most useful? So that's my last slide. And we would love to have you join us and discuss those questions. We will be open for business. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. We do have time for a question or two if there are any in the room or online. Or we could just use this time. Maybe you guys could use the time to set up the presentation. Thank you. I don't think we have any questions in the room. I can't see the chat. So none on the chat. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Sarah. And we'll have plenty of time to discuss AI in the next two breakout sessions. So next up, we have no idea. Yeah. Just transition for a minute to Leonore Reiser. You could talk that up.
This is the karaoke portion of the. You all have a song, right? Good.
We have an interesting setup here.
Yeah, sorry. So just give us a minute. So sorry, we want this. Oh no, it didn't have my name on it, so she doesn't know. Great. Okay, now you can start the timer. Hi, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Leonore Reiser, and I'm here representing the Fair Scientific Literature Working Group. I'm going to present our update. Okay, so we've been actually around for a while. Our group consists of a number of people who work at databases. We have people who are in scholarly publishing. We have people who work as research data librarians. We meet Thursday mornings, every other week on Thursday mornings at 10 o'clock Pacific time. And so after hearing about this, if there's an interest that you have in joining that group, please let us know. So I'm going to start out, talking about sort of framing this presentation in terms of the goals that we established when we initially joined up in about like the second year of the grant. And so we had three different goals, and I'm going to go sort of step through them a bit one by one. One of the first things was to identify bottlenecks in what we call the publication curation pipeline. So we were really sort of centered around how does data, published data that researchers put out in publications, how does that get into databases? And we've already heard from Jody about like some of the problems with that data that make it really, really difficult. And so, we were sort of sussing out like, okay, so what are the barriers for that data that the authors are generating to get into the database, or even for the curators to get that author data to get into a database. And, our sort of thinking is, after looking at these problems, is what we need is a better relationship and a more immediate relationship between the data generators and the curators, and then systems in place that would help facilitate and sort of unblock some of these problems. So these include things like the need for data curation to actually happen when the data is published, as opposed to having to sort of recreate things afterwards. We established a need for clear guidance on data submission and what databases, so formats and databases. There was identified a need for validators, so that when people say they submitted data and they give an ID, that ID actually leads to a data set. I see a lot of nodding in the audience. Validation of data formats, validation, so using nomenclature standards and validators for that. We would like to see, and I think this is now going to be the path forward, is no more data available on request, because that just doesn't then exist. We need better paper metadata, and we need more funding for curation. We need to be able to improve the throughput. So these were all things that we felt would improve the literature curation workflow. And then sort of from there, we started thinking about the sets of tools that either existed or to increase the throughput and accuracy, or the things that we felt that were needed. And so, sort of stepping back, in our sort of problem analysis, we identified that one of the key things was that researchers may not know where data is supposed to go. Right, so things get dumped into Figshare, they get added as supplementary files because maybe researchers don't know. Maybe the journal editors, the publishers don't know how to direct them, and the reviewers don't necessarily know, like, okay, this data needs to go somewhere. So we focused on the initial problem of helping the community identify where their data should go. And Leila Kabugos from our working group identified a tool Drupal module that she thought could be repurposed for this process. So the AgBioData website is a Drupal website. And so we undertook this process of implementing that module on the AgBioData website. And if you go onto the AgBioData site under the database finder, you'll find this database tool. And this is essentially a tool for filtering through now 25 different AgBioData databases. So there's all of these sort of different tiles. So if you go onto the site, there's a menu where you can filter by species if you're looking for where to submit data for a particular species. And then you can choose like either for the data that you're looking to submit, or we decided that we could also include the capacity for, I just want to find this data. And I should say and acknowledge that this relied very heavily on the work that the genotype to phenotype group had done in putting together sort of like what AgBioData resources had. So we built upon that tool. And that, once you've sort of applied your filters, you can click on the different tiles and then come up with a table that you can then use for, to link to the database, to find the submission information, and so on. So that was one thing that we've accomplished, and I've talked about this, before. So I wanted to address the question that came up in response to this as well. What about the sort of source or primary repositories? So we've focused now largely on the community databases and the specific, sometimes idiosyncratic data types that they accept. But many of our databases consume data from larger primary resources like, sequence repositories. And the question was, are we going to add those to the tool or do something else? And frankly, that tool is not really well set up for doing that. It just wasn't built that way. And so what we sort of did, thought we could do as a stopgap is essentially to make a table. So, so that along with this data finder tool, that we could have a set of recommended repositories that AgBioData, that we as a community are agreed upon. And so, so we have this list that I'm just going to do like a little pop-up. So you can access this spreadsheet through the link on the slides. You can point your whatever camera to the QR code, and there'll. Ooh, sorry, it did not pop up. I apologize. I just added it, didn't go. But I was going to show I don't want to click on the link here because it's not going to show properly, and I think the slide didn't update. Anyway, sorry. So basically it's okay, yeah. So basically it's a Google sheet that's organized by the different data types, and then there's sort of recommended repositories, and the sheet is commentable. So what we're asking the community to do is to give us the feedback. You'll have till like the end of May, and then we'll incorporate that feedback, and then we'll turn that into a document on the AgBioData website. Okay. So I moved some things around. Sorry, I look like my slide surprise. The other thing I'm going to go back to that slide because I moved something and it didn't take, about just other kinds of thinking about tools and just sort of wanting to put that out there is to think about particularly how AI can help make published data more fair. So when we think about the sort of current post-publication pipeline, things like the manual data extraction, and now we have tools that we're using for data and metadata extraction, that these are things that we are looking towards to help make this published data more fair, and that we would like to sort of invoke at an earlier stage to what we're sort of calling fair from the start. So sorry, so I'm going to go back to this. So getting back to our sort of final goals, was to sort of publish recommendations and a roadmap for authors and publishers to increase the fairness of research. So what we're really trying to do is build a bridge to the fair from the start. And that what we want is for people to be making their published data not only open at the time of publication, because this is now our federal requirement, but that it's open and fair. And a key component of this is wanting to engage now with publishers and journals to start thinking about how do we get into this pipeline? How do we introduce data curation into the pipeline? So there are like publications like micropublication where that's actually like fully baked into that. And we had some discussion last year about things like, incentives for authors, like what might be exciting. And then, some of the sort of changes, what that would mean for the publication pipeline and like the workflow changes where there's some sort of kind of curatorial review that happens that could actually sort of help the peer review process. And then sort of thinking a little bit about how then to make this connection between journals and community databases. And so our thinking is to start with the society journals, to work with the people who publish, like horticultural journals, ASPB journals, because they are more likely to support these goals. And so this is just sort of a little bit from the community meeting last year. Sorry, I'm really kind of speeding through things. So I wanted to sort of frame that to say for the breakout session that we're going to have is that we're planning to now have an engagement with scholarly publishers to promote FAIR from the start data management practices and the development and the deployment of those tools. So what we'd like to be talking about or thinking about is what incentives there are. She's coming closer for publishers and journals to collaborate with us. And thinking sort of related to that is like, how could we potentially quantify the impact of the curated published data to the publishers? Perhaps this is an incentive that we could provide to support that. To think about what the critical issues are that are remaining for enabling FAIR from the start publishing models, and then the barriers for enabling FAIR from the start and how can we reduce them. So that's, if you would like to join us for one of the two sessions, we would really like your feedback.
Thank you, Leonore. Some applause. All right, next up we have Tanya Berardini from the Natural Language Processing for Biocuration Working Group. I'll take just a second to set her up.
I'm going to go for it, and the slides are going to catch up with me. So I'm speaking on behalf of our working group. Adam Wright and I are the co-chairs. And kind of our purview was rather large, evaluating AI and NLP tools for agricultural data curation. Fortunately, we have a very large group, and a lot of these people are very involved. All of these people have been to at least a handful of meetings, and in various aspects have been involved in contributing to the project. We meet every other Wednesday at 8 a.m. Pacific. This would be a meeting week, so this week we are not meeting. So anybody online who's like, oh, tomorrow morning, no meeting. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So our working group goals were fourfold: evaluating AI and NLP tools for biocuration use cases, second, third, and fourth. And so we spent a lot of time. We started in March of 2025. We spent a lot of time kind of dividing and conquering tools. So one person tried this, another person tried that, third person another one, and would then report back to the group. Here's what I learned, here's what I tried, here's what was good, here's what was challenging. Our goal with trying all of these things was so that we would come up with some kind of recommendation for the AgBioData community and hopefully for the larger kind of agricultural or kind of anybody doing biocuration from the perspective of the agricultural database use cases. And so skipping to number 4, our goal then was, sorry, back just one. Yeah. So was to publish a manuscript documenting the findings. Going back to number 3 then was, is there one of these tools that we discussed that we might want to try out as a group? Something that might be useful to more than one database, and that there were representatives from our working group that were willing to participate and do the experiment. When we last had an update, which was at the PAG conference, now we go, there were kind of 4 areas where we had activity in. One was in the manuscript, and at the time, so we met in January, We were like, oh, we're going to get our acts together. We're going to start polishing. We're going to put in the references. Everybody's going to agree. And we're going to try to get this out to a journal in early 2026. The second one was we had run a community survey. We had gotten some answers, and we hadn't yet integrated the information into the manuscript. Thirdly was the proof of concept for a tool. We had settled on a tool, Texpresso, but we just didn't know yet quite how we were going to deploy this. And then we had one of our group members, Kapil, attend the AGBT agricultural meeting presentation and talk about what we had learned. And that conference was last week. I think he was just there. Okay, so now next slide. It is April. It is today. Where is the manuscript? It is in advanced revision. We are hoping to submit to either database or genetics. And several people in the room, you know who you are, have done a lot of work in kind of pushing that forward. And this really has been a community effort to get that paper written. The results of the survey are in the manuscript. For Texpresso, I have found a server in the Phoenix cushions that we have paid for and are not using. And so we're going to use that for our Texpresso proof of concept implementation. And so the server is set up, it's running, and we have a couple of people, and Laura from Carson's group, in a couple of weeks when she's got some time, will start working on installing Texpresso. So Kapil from Doreen's group has already done some work on installing and doing some tests with 150 PDFs from Sorghum database. So a little bit of progress there. Kind of excited to see how this works when people get to actually try it for doing curation tasks. And then we have one more member from our work group, Sri, who will be at or maybe submitting an abstract, or he's already accepted it, to talk about our work during the Cold Spring Harbor AI and Biology meeting, which will be next month. Okay, I think I have one more slide, or maybe, no, a few more. Okay, so I talked about what's next for May, you know that, submission of the journal, evaluate the proof of concept. Our plan is once it's up and running, we're going to give it like 3 or 4 months for people to try it out. And I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be interesting. And at least we'll know what these data sets, what we can start to pull out of them, and then explore a grant proposal to look at a shared NLP, call it AI infrastructure for agricultural genomics, building on what we learned with the Texpresso experience. And this is not to say that this means that we are locked into using Texpresso for the curation, but it is our stepping stone to the next step. Working group. How am I doing for time, Monica? Okay, so the menu for, here we go. The breakout question room is, if you had a developer to build or integrate an AI tool for your workflow, and this is in your use case, your database, what would you have them work on? And dream big, because why not? The second question on the menu is, if we wrote it's related to the first. If you had a developer, what capabilities would it need? So it's kind of the same question, but if your brain works in different ways from the different aspects, you're answering the same thing. What do you want to do? Who would do it? And then third is something that we talked about at PAG. And this is something I spend time worrying about, which is, how should curated databases demonstrate their value in a world where someone can ask an LLM a question and get a pretty good answer? So what roles are only possible with curated resources? And the answer in April may be different than the answer that we had in January. It's certainly different from a year ago, or 2 years ago, when we looked at answers from LLMs and we're like, I don't know, right? I think every 6 months or every time a new model is released and you ask the same question, you're like, oh, this is kind of better. So now, where does that leave us, and how can we leverage AI in a world where it's getting better and better, but we know that we as humans continue to add value, and how do we kind of lean into that? We have time for questions. Maybe one question.
Yeah, we do have time for one question while we set up the next talk, which is Sunita Kumari. And also maybe just to point out, Tanya mentioned developers. We have those championship fellowships, just so you know. That would be ideal for that sort of a role. Any questions online? Nope. Okay. That might be the best place, and you can.
To bring in another stress. Okay. Let me see. That's yeah, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, that's fine. I can stop it. Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Yeah, so should be on. Yeah. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the future of, actually it's not the future, actually mainly it is AgBioData single cell biocreation working group when we are building fair metadata workflows for agriculture single cell transcriptomics. Yeah, so single cell sequencing is actually, as you know, that it is revolutionizing biology, but agriculture species, they lack the coordinated, actually let me close this one. Why are we keeping two? Okay, yeah, this way is better. So, yeah, so as you know, that I will do it, no problem. Single cell RNA-seq, that reveals hidden cellular heterogeneity. It's really important. It provides, you can identify the rare cell types, and also it has transformative potential for precision agriculture, crop improvement, and animal health. But there are a lot of problems. And as you know, that users, they take the data and metadata, creates the files, and then when they submit to the knowledge portal, web portal like NCBI and GEO, the data set is actually used for further analysis and for the further pipeline for processing and for the downstream analysis, and provides the new biological insights. But this process takes a lot of manual curation, and that manual curation creates a lot of problems because it creates a lot of, makes the data error prone, and manual curation actually creates inconsistent metadata annotations. Sometimes cell type annotations, actually, I've seen that for even single cell type, there's different types of the metadata annotations. And so there's user provided metadata is also not fair, and there's training material is very scarce. So there's no centralized annotations for the knowledge portal. So there are a lot of challenges here. So we were thinking about these challenges for a long time, and then we thought about it, that how we can build a robust team of researchers who can seriously work on these type of things and establish the recommendations for single cell data management that can help us to build a fair, user-friendly data ecosystem. So before I go further, I would like to first acknowledge and give thanks to the working group members. We have 14 active working group members who were really seriously interested. They attended meetings, and they also have contributed under different consortiums as well. Myself and Chris, we are actually chairing that sessions. And this green color, as you see, they are plant people coming from plants domain, and the blue one are from animals domain sites, and they are, from the different institutes across US and Europe. So here is the community infrastructure. So before when we were thinking about these problems, we had very long collaborations with EBI and GEO, because I was also curating bulk RNA-seq and single-cell expression data set with them. And then we were having discussions with Christina, and before Christina, actually, Irene was also the EBI Expression Atlas team lead. And then also had discussions with Emily that how we can help, this metadata annotations issues, and how can we get more data set to their repositories. So AgBioData actually provides a platform to create a collaborative working groups. We can bring together, expertise from both sides, plant science and animal science, from different stakeholders. So we talked to AG2PI people, like mainly Chris Sturgill and Ben Cole from Plant Cell Atlas team. And then we decided to have a community infrastructure. And so we are like, AgBioData single cell working group. I have put the names of the people who are really key members from each consortium who are mainly engaged to solve this type of problems. Actually, in addition to that monthly meetings, we had several meetings outside, to discuss and coordinate with the different groups, and then, do more coordinations with EBI and NCBI so that we can figure out the problems and how can we implement those solutions. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about it further later on. So AG2PI is actually for Genome to Phenome Initiative, and FANG is for Animal Metadata Standards, and Plant Cell Atlas, as you know, that we are working on the Plant Cell Data Standards. And for COPO is another one. So that COPO is actually it's from Alham Institute, UK, and Felix and Irene, they are working with us through Plant Cell Atlas as well as through AgBioData Working Group. So I'm going to talk about it later. So here, so the first year, so this group started in 2024, 2 years ago. So the first thing was to, before we do anything, we have to identify and address those challenges, and then before that, we have to understand those challenges. What are those challenges associated with the numerous data submission platforms for plants and animals? So here, there are 3 different platforms. For FANG is for animals, group, and there is a public data that goes through Geo to EBI Atlas, and then there is another one for the plants. We can go through Annotator to Geo, Annotator to EBI, to ANA. So there are different ways to ingest the data to these repositories, and it again. These different platforms, they have different types of, some of the platforms is much more robust, like for example, for animals. In the beginning itself, users, they can provide rich metadata vocabularies. They do have that type of system, and also for the downstream analysis is quite good. But for plants, there is little bit more dependent on the manual curation. So we identified those type of problems and different types of the things, and we discussed about it, and then we thought that let us have a publication on that. So that was the main motivation in the first year. The second year, we thought, okay, let us have some sort of a cohesive, fair community. And then for that, Chris Sturgill from AG2PI and other people from Fiona from FANG, Jennifer Clark from University of Nebraska, Ben from Plant Cell Atlas, Doreen from Cold Spring Harbor, Wes Ware from University of Missouri, and Irene from Alham Institute. We had multiple meetings to discuss about these problems, and then we wrote a grant. That grant got funding, we got funded, and then this grant was really very useful to have to identify the needs. So we had this comprehensive survey. Then we had 4 virtual online sessions, seminar sessions to build that community, to discuss these challenges more in details. And then we had in-person workshop, conference workshop at LGBT Orlando. And now we are working on these reports and planning to have publications on that. So this workshop, we had very breakout sessions over there on the 3 topics, on the fair data best practices, cell type annotations, and benchmarking for data reuse. From there, we have established recommendations for those, from that group discussions. The recommendations came out on the minimal metadata standards, which are defined through literature curations and collaboration with repositories, cell type annotations improvement, how can we identify high quality data sets, and coordination with Plant Cell Atlas team and other Atlas initiatives, and the benchmarking data sets and pipeline to define the evaluation matrices for pipeline comparison. And that can also be result in conference papers and white papers. So these are the ones 48 people, they participated in person workshop. There were 15 speakers. And the best thing is this, that it included both researchers from plants and animals domains from USA as well as from outside. So it was a wonderful meeting. And then we also had specific PCA Plant Cell Atlas cell type annotation jamboree. So myself, Doreen, and we are actually also having collaborations with Plant Cell Atlas team, and we are also involved in 2 different committees over there. So that way, that way we can discuss more in details and we can figure out, how we can get help from other members who are not directly involved with the plant cell, with the AgBioData working members, but we can have some more information and understanding. So there's a coordination with PC experts, and then we use the AI tools to predict the plant ontology terms for cell type annotations. And the 300 cell types collaboratively we reviewed and annotated by this small expert team in hands-on workshop. And then further, it requires more work, but the main thing was this, that it started something like, we could say that we could, like, what are the gaps over there and how can we identify those gaps and what can we further do? So those type of the things, we had wonderful discussions on that. In addition to that, sorry about it. So in addition to that, we also built a fair user-friendly ecosystem. Muskan and I were involved in that. Okay, so the 3 key insights came from this. Metadata is number 1, bottleneck. Manual curation does not scale. And cell type annotation lacks standards. And that actually helped us to create these 4 pillars. And then the pillar 1 is like, number 1 is on the metadata standards. I would like to shout out here about this COPO platform for single cell data submission to ANA. We actually identified 160 single cell data set from 55 species, and these are under active metadata curation. And Felix and Irene group from Arham Institute is working with us on that. And then benchmarking, I would like to say here, Parveen, from Research Institute from Farm Animal Biology, and Thiros from Western University. They are working on that for animals or all major single cell benchmarking using human mouse data. So these are the critical gaps we are talking about it, but I think we would discuss further more on the breakout sessions. Main thing is this, that we are working on how to get the funding for the metadata harmonization and work on the ontology aligned standards. And then we also would like to have community hackathons for the curation events. Okay, so these are the breakout session. Questions for the breakout session. The real bottleneck on the metadata and data reuse, that is one question. Then second is the tools you trust versus tools you don't in data analysis for cell type annotation. Third is benchmarking priorities and shared resources. And fourth will be on funding versus non-funding. What can we do now without even funding? So that we are going to discuss in breakout sessions. Sorry about that.
All right, thank you, Sunita. Great presentation, and we can discuss more. So I'm going to stop sharing here. For the breakout room. Oh, you have a slide? Okay, cool. Let's see, Gwen, can you help here? You got stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. Current session. There's a special thing we gotta do. Awesome. Okay. So I'll keep it relatively brief. I just wanted to give just an overview of the breakout rooms for the upcoming working group sessions. So each of the breakout rooms should have their own physical location, but also a Zoom link. So you can find the Zoom links within the Slack channels. Hopefully they're posted there, but you can also find them within the schedule as well. So each group will have their own session slides where they can take notes and then present for a report back after lunch. So each working group has prepared up to 4 questions, like we've seen earlier. And the purpose is to gather your feedback on the goals and progress, future priorities, support needs, and what is the vision of success for the working group. So this is meant to promote hybrid presentation. So each working group session will have discussions in person and virtually going on at the same time. And we we would like there to be a host, which is someone within the working group, a scribe to take notes on what you talk about at each session, and then a facilitator or timekeeper to keep people on time. So we ask that in the final outputs that you have 2 to 3 key takeaways, and around 1 to 2 actionable recommendations, and then 1 key ask for the AgBioData community. And so these will actually be turned into a report out that takes place after lunch. So you have time to mull over your notes before giving a fantastic presentation. Yeah, so that's it. I think Monica is gonna take us into lunch. Have any openings?
One quick question. So in terms of sorting yourselves into rooms, it's self-sorting, but if you see that there's a lot of people in one room and not others, there's the opportunity to switch after the break, right? So if you could self-assign yourselves both virtually and in person based on sort of quantity at the moment, that would be fabulous. Marcella? Yes.
And just to mention that we're looking to have 2 sessions, so it's 45 minutes each. You can stay on your session if you like, but if you want to write 2 different working groups, you are welcome to switch after 45 minutes.
Yes. Right. Okay, thank you. We're going to break for 15 minutes and then reconvene in the breakout room. So see you all then.
Now we'll be starting our working group report backs. Yep, thanks everyone for coming back after the break. We're first going to hear from the single cell group. And so, Sunita, if you're ready.
Krish, do you want to go?
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can go.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So I wanted to try to summarize in about 10 minutes what we talked about. And I'll have to admit that a lot of this is coming from the AI notes that we took on the session, but it included in person and online. About 5 or 6 people at a time were there in the room, and then we had about 5 or 6 online. So it was about anywhere from 8 to 15 people, or 8 to 12 people, and really we discussed 4 major key themes that really has a lot of overlap. But we talked about metadata and data reuse bottlenecks. We talked about cell type annotation tools and challenges, benchmarking priorities for those pipelines, and how can we share resources, and also talked about funding versus non-funding actionable steps that we can take. So I'll just go through and hit the highlights of what we discussed. First question was really key bottlenecks. What are they in metadata and data reuse? We identified that there's a problem with standardization. There's very little in experimental protocols. And part of that is because there's often differences between plant species or animal species in how the protocols work for isolating cells and nuclei. And often those are not well documented. So there's those variables that come into play, and then insufficiently people are describing those. So it's very difficult to really be able to use the data well. That even transfers into inconsistent terminology, and that creates the inability to use the data that is available, which isn't a huge amount, especially for some species. People are using a couple of short-term workarounds, which isn't really very optimal, but people are manually interpreting the methods, and they're then working with paper by paper or group by group. A lot of groups are just adapting protocols and modifying them. So then it fragments things a little bit further. And so then there ends up being really a selected reuse of particular studies. So it's not very, very broad. So what we're hoping to do is to develop perhaps a work product, which would be a public catalog on the pipelines and the methodologies that people are using. We identified that we need to have volunteers to help create what goes into the table that we would ask people to fill out or fill out as a team. But that would be one thing that we might be able to do to guide people into what works and what's been published. That could eventually move toward working with journals to try to get them to understand what needs to be in the metadata. The second one was more on how do we improve and standardize the way that cell types are annotated. And first, the questions were, what are the limitations and what tools are being used? And we identified a few tools that are being used, but there are very limited reference data sets to try to compare tools and try to understand which ones are being used well. So that's an issue. We're really dependent on manual annotation of the cell types, which is really a field expertise needed. So we need to understand which genes are markers for which cell types. And it's difficult to do that if you're not directly an expert in that system or even subsystem within a species. And there's still also concerns about the reliability of the tools that are there for other species, like of course many of us depend on human and mouse and Arabidopsis, and so it's difficult to know whether we can translate those annotations. Many of the markers that are known for a particular biology as potentially a marker are not necessarily vetted for specific cell types. They may be vetted for a tissue, and so that's also another question: is how do we know these markers are really that useful? So that's a big issue. We really need a species-specific cell type vocabulary and curated marker gene databases. I'll talk a little bit more about what some of our plans are for that in the next couple, because there is some overlap between these topics. So the third one was benchmarking priorities. How do we try to share resources and benchmark available pipelines? One of the big problems that we have is that there's a lack of benchmark data sets with known ground truth for what the cell types are in the complex tissue that's often being measured. What we need are matched bulk and single cell data sets. So bulk RNA-seq, and then also a single cell RNA-seq on basically the same sample. And then we would know what's actually part of that tissue for the cell types. And then in terms of benchmarking, again, we just don't have tools validated. So what we propose to do in terms of strategies there would be to try to develop benchmarking frameworks to try to create shared data sets and build standardized pipelines, potentially to try to create publicly available resources. And then finally, we talked about community infrastructure. And again, some of those proposed solutions are overlapping with what is above in terms of tool and pipeline catalogs to share what works. These community platforms could be a Slack channel, or low-cost options might be Google Sheets. We finally talked about funding versus non-funding activities. And there were some identified that wouldn't require a lot of major funding, which is I've mentioned already, that the community knowledge sharing via spreadsheets and forums, trying to catalog tools and publish methods, maybe potentially moving toward the small scale benchmarking, and I'll mention that in a minute, and then maybe a pilot metadata extraction effort. I won't really cover the activities requiring funding because in terms of time, but obviously most people understand that. We'd like to develop grants that would expand what we might be able to do. But really the one thing that's really missing in all of this is sort of the training and outreach, which is going to be very difficult to do without funding. So what we decided to do in terms of short term is to try to identify some small species focused pilot projects to work together to identify high quality data sets, to try to extract the metadata, and also identify the protocols that worked in those limited number of papers, to try to build a proof of principle data set and workflow pipelines that people could trust and as a starting point for their own work. And then long-term to develop some standardized metadata frameworks, controlled vocabularies, and then submit grant proposals that might be based on those pilot studies. And I think the main things that I just wanted to end with is that we identified that really that we need to work together as a community in order to have enough data to be confident in the cell type annotations. And that's really going to require eventually additional funding that we may be able to get to with some of these pilot projects. So I think I'll stop there. And I think we have time for maybe some questions that maybe the rest of the group can also help me with.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, we have time for a couple of questions. I see a comment from Rex in the chat on single cell protocols and how they can go into protocols.io. I don't know if you wanted to comment more on that a little bit, Rex.
Okay. No, it was Chris's comment about cataloging protocols, and I immediately thought of protocols.io, and that link is to a search for single cell. There are single cell protocols already in there. That's all.
Great, that's a great addition. We could keep that in mind.
Awesome. So I think that we'll move on. If we could thank Chris once again for his presentation.
Thanks.
Okay, and since it's a bit late in the UK, how about we hear from Sarah Dyer next on the AI Readiness Working Group.
Thanks everyone. Right, I put the slides, I did it with help from AI, of course, because wouldn't be the AI Readiness Working Group if we were not employing it fully. All right, so this was, it was very great discussions. I'm not sure that we managed to keep quite to the brief as I had with my chairing as I had planned. So we didn't manage to put the slides together at the time. They've come afterwards, so hopefully they do more or less capture what the group talked about. We had lots of people in. We had Gabe, we had Omar, Carson, Heidi, Sharon, myself, John, Rex, Nick, Effie, and Natalie. Apologies. Oh, Olivia also. So yeah, obviously I didn't do a very good list because, but definitely those people and maybe some others that I missed. So yeah, it was really great to have the discussions. Okay, so our first question was around who is using the data for AI purposes. And this was really the question that we just kept coming back to throughout the session and we spent the most time on. The kind of, in the main, the part is we don't know. So where we'll see evidence of kind of tools coming in, AI agents or bots or whatever coming in and scraping, and we're seeing a lot more signal. It's kind of like a layer that we can't really see into to see really like the users that we would like to know what is their question and how are they getting on with it, and can we kind of support them better. So there's a kind of we would like to know more than we currently do. So it can be a bit hard to distinguish between the use cases. And again, we kept coming back to, but maybe we don't need to. Like, do we really need to do things differently? So we talked about having use of APIs to kind of push things in different directions and enable them to be monitored. There was some discussion around tokens and registration of users to at least kind of give us a little bit more insight as to who's coming and what they're after. And we had this interesting bit of a division between what we're calling like the big guys and the little guys. So where we've got very big organizations with tons of resources, like the Googles and the OpenAIs and the whatever kind of coming in and taking data, and they can probably craft it into whatever they need, but then do we have smaller groups who are individual labs and testing it out, and should we be supporting them more with their needs? So there was kind of a strong feeling that this is something that maybe we have more more ability and more maybe responsibility to kind of do that. So, or maybe more interest. So that was a bit of a discussion that came up. In terms of future actions, we could have do things that help us understand a bit more about our AI usage. So either by doing it in a measurable way, by tracking kind of through API and whatnot, or just being out there and asking people, AI companies, supercomputer centers, researchers, and community users, kind of just what are they doing? What do they need? We can make sure that the AI-friendly access pathways are open. And there was also discussion coming up again, kind of periodically, about licensing for AI usage, and if that's something that we could work together on to kind of look into those licenses. So in terms of understanding then what data, metadata, and formats they need, well, we don't quite have the site that we want to. So then it kind of came back to general principles of what have users ever needed, and does that kind of operate at scale, I suppose. So as always, rich, well-structured metadata is important. And if we can standardize data sets across different resources, then when companies want to pull from across like different species, then they wouldn't have to reformat everything to kind of, it would just be interoperable and work together. So that would be appreciated. But of course, there's different data types depending on what the AI use cases are. So data sets for training or benchmarking versus kind of having that access for querying. And so that goes not only for data types, but also the access methods. So would it be bulk downloads or more dynamic querying or an MCP layer? But we kind of felt that nobody's come back to our resources and really complained and said that we're not giving them what they want. They just would like more of it, please. Which I think is a common refrain in most of the time working with plant data, is just like, can we just have more of that stuff? So we touched a little bit on whether there is AI-specific metadata that we might want to add, but again, we don't necessarily have the visibility to know what that is. And could we develop kind of AI-ready gold standard data set that then we could put out there to get more feedback by putting it in Hugging Face or whatever, and kind of making it more visible to sort of spark some of those conversations. So following on from that, are there barriers? Well, again, it would be helpful if we knew exactly what we were aiming for, so kind of hard to answer. But we did recognize that there are some technical and infrastructure constraints. One, again, that we kind of raised up was the fact that if we start to track who's using it more, then does that get into the personal information, personally identifying information kind of realm? And are we set up for that with the security? And is that something we want to take on board as our resources? So that's a consideration. And again, until we improve this understanding of the usage and needs, it's a little bit hard to know what our barriers would be. And then finally, what would we like to see as an outcome from the working group? This we kind of spent the least time on, for sure, having spent much of the other discussion higher up in the questions. But it sort of comes back to clarity on what's actually new for AI that we need to produce that's new and different. Are there things that we need to change other than just scaling and standards, Can we elaborate a shared vision of what an ideal AI-ready database is so that we know what we're aiming for? And again, the licensing question. So Natalie was with us and shared about kind of the publishers have been doing a lot of thinking about licensing and the licensing usage. So maybe we can take the lead from there, from our favorite journals. So I tried to do the takeaways and the other bits. So to summarize, AI usage is widespread, but we have limited visibility as to who's using the data for how and for what. The metadata, the standardization, and the pathways matter more than ever. So thinking about those well-designed APIs and MCP layers to kind of redirect the traffic away from the scraping would be helpful. And really just a general recognition that the role of databases is we can probably stop thinking about the UI and just allow AI to draw that however you want it. So it's really about providing that well-structured data rather than thinking about the interfaces as we traditionally have done. Actionable recommendations. So we could implement controlled observable access. Some resources are doing that, so we can kind of learn from them. So thinking about registration and tokens and things, which would support tracking of usage patterns more, and also lead into the kind of governance and licensing. It would all kind of inform that. So that could be something that some resources want to pursue. And probably more broadly aligning on AI-ready data practices. So kind of shared standards for metadata and formats and understanding what we want for AI-ready to be, to again support these kind of cross-resource large-scale ingestions and data sets for models. And our one key ask for the community, I think, is kind of really understanding what are the new requirements, be they technical, ethical licensing or architectural, for our resources to support the kind of new AI use beyond what we used to do. Is it just more of the same, or is it something different? So I think our ask would be, can you connect us to users that can help us understand this? And we already mentioned then the supercomputers are kind of having some pushback on their usage, so they might be able to kind of put us in the right direction, and just reaching out to some of the big guys, and if you know any little guys that could help furnish us with some more details and point us in directions, that would be great. All right, and I'll stop there and open it up to the rest of the group in case there was anything that AI and I didn't summarize.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, we have a question from Monica.
Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great summary. And you talked a lot about what our databases can do to be AI ready in terms of providing data and making sure that the data is accessible and available. Was there any discussion about sort of the flip side of it, of caution about our databases being scraped and or supplanted by AI, and what risks might be? And there's going to be a discussion about sustainability later today, and I'm sure models of actually having the databases behind a paywall might come up. Like, was there any thought about that sort of tension that might resolve from the flip side of AI?
It came a little bit kind of and through the licensing as well. So there, we recognize that we want our data, we want our good data to be out there and to be used, and for people who are using kind of agentic models, and that they will get reliable information from us. We want them to have the good stuff, right? But also we want to be recognized for that. So that's where kind of tracking a bit the usage and things helps us with that. With the licensing, one comment that came, I think it might have come from the view path, I'm trying to remember what it was about, developing companies want clear licenses so they know what they can do to kind of sign up to things, and they understand about what they can be used for, data can be used for training models and what can't. And then kind of getting into the space of, well, if they've got our data, can they just redo what we do? Can they recreate what we do? And is that okay? So that was sort of it took us in the licensing direction to try and iron those bits out. But it probably wasn't something that we spent a huge amount of time in this discussion, although it has come up a lot in the AI Ready working group meetings. I don't know. Does anyone else have an ad?
Online, Doreen?
Yeah,
Please unmute.
that was, we
Wait,
definitely
John.
talked. Oh,
John, it's Doreen's turn.
No,
Sorry.
no,
Okay,
no,
great.
no, no, no.
Sorry, I think John was answering the previous.
John was answering the question. Let him go ahead. Go, go,
Oh,
go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry. No problems.
All right. So yeah, it's an issue, and I keep bringing this up, and we talked about it, and one of the issues is, what does it matter? When one considers that these large scale models and companies, that they just have the ability to do that, they're going to do it. So, I think it's up to each database to say, these databases are so hard to generate. We're never going to be able to do it again. We've got to protect them. That might be to put behind some kind of it, some kind of check, like we talked about, like putting behind a, are you a robot check, and knowing that sooner or later they'll figure that out. But, I think that might go database to database. I mean, the databases I work with are public access databases. So they're public access. And, we talk about that all the time. So I guess, from what I understand, from what the problem are, it's a theft of service, if you will, I guess, a loss of service when they're tying up the computer. Because I know one of the groups that we work with, they were told by the university, you can't use our computers anymore. There's just too much traffic on them. You've got to separate out that part of it, So I think you'll have to handle it on a case by case basis. Because a one size fits all type of thing, I just is going to be way too unwieldy.
I wanted to touch on two aspects of that. The one expanding on what John is talking about, I think all of us in this arena probably don't have enough resources to do the things that our stakeholders expect us to do. I think that's going to be a training and education portion of, yes, all these things are available, but it's like everything else. There is a cost associated with it, and there's an access associated with it. We were, as an example, I chose not to buy in the past. I chose not to buy a server last year because I wanted to save money and let it go a little longer. And now that server costs twice as much money, and now I can't afford it. Okay. So we're all going to be dealing with that. So I think that's one thing that we really have to be aware of, and it's going to be educating everyone about this now, because there's just this expectation that we can do it all now with these AI agents, and there's some complicity associated with that. I think another thing that I'm not sure if you touched on, I had to step out for a second, is this concept. I'm not sure how often we talk about this here, but what our governance models are going to be. And that's sort of around usage, but it's actually a little different perhaps when you start to think about governance models. And I think more and more we're going to have to be thinking about what the governance models are going to be for us.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for the discussion, and thank you, Sarah, for your presentation once again.
Thanks. I'm gonna log off now. So enjoy the rest of the sessions. I'll be rewatching tomorrow for anyone that wants to join me there.
Awesome. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay, and next we're going to hear from the NLP for biocuration. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you there.
I don't know, you guys just sound way too happy in that room.
Okay. When I gave my presentation, I had like 3 questions to choose from, and we ended up talking about one of them sort of and the other one more. And so I'll go in turn. Question number 1 was around like, if you had a developer for 6 months, what tool would you build? Related to if we were going to write a proposal, what would you propose to fund? And as we started off with introductions of the various people who were there online and in person, it became more of a, how do I use AI? What have I used it for? What's it interesting for? What tools are interesting? And those fell into several categories. One is I have a paper, I have a group of papers, and I want to pull data from it. The other group was, I have a whole bunch of papers, but I don't know which ones are interesting for my specific use case. And so I need something to help me identify a subset. And so we talked about some of the tools that people have used. So since we had people who were not in the working group in the discussion, a little bit of it was rehash of what we've done in the working group itself. So, which is great because we get to spread our message and what we've learned a little longer. And it ties into what I said earlier about AgBioData being a really great community for knowledge sharing. So what were the other use cases? Oh, somebody brought up or asked the question of, is anybody doing any tuning of open LLMs for biocuration specific purposes, ag specific purposes, or plant specific purposes? And the answer was like, maybe. But so one of the calls could be, somebody interested in doing that, you might be able to get together with, a couple of people, not necessarily in the working group, to do some tuning and some testing. And then somebody was like, is somebody using agentic AI for biocuration? And Karen Yuk, in this case wearing her hat as part of the Alliance of Genome Resources, was telling us about a tool that they have in development for disease curation that uses Claude and 3 panels of a paper, and you can chat with it, and then you can watch what the agent is doing to try and answer your question, and you can have this back and forth of pulling information from the paper. So future actions, I talked about LLM interest. Is there anybody here was interested? Asher Pasha from the Bioanalytic Resource was the one that brought that up. And then through Karen's sharing of what's happening at the Alliance, she was like, oh, we should have like perhaps another presentation of where they've come to 6 months after we had the last presentation, because it looks like they're working more on tools. And it might be that we can learn from them. They're using Claude. What MCPs are they connecting to? What's the prompt that they start with? And then learn from that, because that doesn't necessarily mean we need to build our own infrastructure. If we're using Claude or ChatGPT or whatever, we can learn from those same types of things and plug them in. I'm going to leave the kind of that first question discussion to that summary and move into the second one, which is really more kind of an existential discussion of, like, in the age of AI, what's our relevance as a database? And several people in the room, and we all agreed, is that what we provide is a trusted resource. And people don't necessarily trust AI, right? Because it's like trust but verify. And so a lot of the discussion was like, how do we maintain and how do we expand the community that trusts our resources? And maybe I'll summarize. At this point, it's like the people who are PIs, they're postdocs and they're grad students, they probably trust us. But what about the ones that are coming up next? The ones that are likely to turn to an LLM to ask a question and then be like, oh yeah, I believe you, it's good. And so some of the action items that are possible are leaning into the educational materials that we have already and developing additional ones. So then the question is, great, we have these materials, how are we going to get them into the classrooms? And so, like, talking with Heidi, possibly making connections through librarians. For those of us who are in educational institutions, how can we get it into not a course, because it's not going to be a whole course, because as Omar said, it'd be a very boring course, to get it into a lecture where our message is, do you know where your data comes from? Do you know why you would trust it if it comes from this resource or not? And maybe trying to develop, what do you call them, interactive or activities for students to do, where when data provenance goes wrong, what happens, as opposed to sitting down and just being chatted or talked to in a lecture. So those were some of the ideas from our group. Leaning into the educational materials, figuring out collaborators, and starting with one place is great, right? And then learning from there. And I think we can probably learn from the closed education group and see how they were able to get it integrated in some places and then expand on that. Okay, that was our discussion. Anybody else from who sat in? I tried to summarize, but I'm sure I missed some stuff. So Monica, Heidi, Omar, or somebody online who participated. I see Doreen. No, you're clapping. You might have your hand up. There's somebody online, Fringy. If there's something I missed, please speak up. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Olivia.
All right, so now we can move on to the last but not least, the Fair and Scientific Literature Working Group. Oh, perfect. No, it could be anyone. So perfect. Yeah, Karen, if you wanted to take over.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, perfectly fine.
Is this showing? I have to share my screen. You're not seeing it, are you?
Nope.
Right, I just lost my window. No.
Oh, we can see it now.
Okay. So I failed miserably and did not use any AI for this. So and the other thing is I only went to the first session. So is somebody going to from the second session going to be able to?
I can jump in if you want, Karen. Like if you want to just go question by question, you can kind of talk about what your session talked about, and then I can jump in if there's anything additional from the second session, maybe.
Oh, okay. All right. So these are the people who showed up at the first session. And really, it was very small, the session, but we had this wonderful person, Natalie Myers, there, who told us all about the International Association of Scientific, Technical, and Medical Publishers, STM, which apparently is this big organization who set policies on compliance for data management. So, when we ask what are the incentives for publishers and journals to collaborate with databases, the answer is, well, they already know they're supposed to do it. And this organization had set up a policy about what their member journals should do. And it turns out this organization includes members that publish more than 60% or roughly 60% of the English language science publications. So these include Science, Nature, Elsevier, OUP, journals, published journals. So they already have a policy for sharing data for their authors to get their data into repositories. But and so there are existing policies. And if I just look this up really quickly, and can you still see this? It should open up. And
so right now we're seeing your meeting notes.
Oh yeah, don't look at those. Those are terrible. Is this it? I'm not seeing my outlines.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Shoot, I'm sorry. I'm using up my time unwisely. Here. Okay, so this is from the STM website.
Yep, that's
and
good.
their joint. One of the first one is researchers deposit related research data and outputs into a trustworthy data repository that assigns persistent IDs, DOIs, researchers linked to research data when using these. Basically, that's put your stuff into your community databases. But, we all know that that's not happening. So, it comes back down to how can we get them to comply and what, we're being left out of these talks. So they've already done the policy work. So we need to, we need to figure out what's going on. Why aren't we getting it? And we need to incentivize, this leads to the action items, but incentivize compliance. We need to just make ourselves more known. So pitch our participation in their existing policies. We can, Natalie strongly suggests that we show the database finder tool to publishers, so publishers know that we're out here and they can understand where the data is supposed to go, show the tool at editors, at conferences, convene meetings at conferences. And, maybe we can develop more carrots and sticks. And we talked about some sticks, but basically journals don't care. But maybe some carrots, like a badge of trust that the AgBioData consortium can give. Okay, so how can we quantify and convey the impact of curated data to publishers? Well, again, publishers already understand to some extent that they have to that authors should make the data available. There's data management plans and mandates. And again, existing policies have been set up. But do journals care about our ability to make their journal articles more accessible? That is one thing that we know we do, and we say all the time. It's like, well, hey, talk to us because we make the stuff that you publish more accessible and gets out there more. And it turns out they don't care about that, but maybe they care about published data quality or data reuse. Data reuse was a big one. So there's action items of trying to figure out how to quantify data quality. There's a Fairly tool that Natalie pointed us to earlier, and then also a data reuse tool that Leonore just found out about from DataSeer. Maybe there's something else that we can do. Again, okay, so question 3 was what critical issues remain for enabling FAIR from the start? Well, one is just, the critical issues are identifying data for curation. Again, STM members are not supposed to publish the article if the data are not submitted. So data won't, we were told that part of the policy is it won't go to peer review. But again, we don't see that happening. And databases are not part of the policy. So this is, a critical issue from the very start. We just don't know what's out there, and the policy is not being enforced like we would expect. And then another critical issue is AI in pre-publication review. Are journals using AI for reviewing? What does that mean for the stuff that comes out, and how are we going to deal with that on the database for database curation? So we need to address that. Action items for this are to, create a list of journals and figure out which ones we need to talk to, which ones have statements that they're not following. So this is a data statements. Do webinar type workshops and show the gap analysis for breaks in policy compliance, what journals are missing from the policy, what databases are missing from the equation. And for AI, search out and keep note of journals that use AI in pre-publication review. We need to understand the breadth of AI use and what we can do to deal with these publications in our workflow. There'll be a conference in May, I think by the STM organization on this. Correct me if I'm wrong about that one. And then question 4, just some takeaway actual items. Ooh. There was one more. Oh. Wait, nope. Question 4. What barriers? Oh, I think I screwed up. But yeah, being left out of the policy discussions, the action items were to do gap analysis of which publishers we need to communicate with most. Are they part of STM? And reach out to our scientists and advisors who work as editors. Oh my gosh. Who work as editors to advocate for community databases, and then also figure out the best incentives to get journals to acknowledge our role in vetting and annotating the published literature. So takeaways, summary, really we just Natalie opened our eyes to STM, and that there is this big, huge conglomerate that we can go to say, hey, what's going on? How can we help here? And listen to us. How can we be heard? So, and the other one is to work with editors. If we know journals should be following publisher principles, we need to find out why they aren't, or is there a different process? So action items are to engage with journals and STM, do a gap analysis, create a list of the journals and figure out which ones we need to talk to, which ones have statements that they're not following, and incentivize and figure out, incentivize working with us, figure out what those carrots are. So the asks are, can you let us know what journals are most important to you that we should be putting on our list. Can you reach out to scientists and advisors who are part of a group who know about us, who work as editors, so that they can advocate at their journals for our community databases? And then what incentives can you think of? And Jenna, I didn't ask you anything to pop in. So I don't think that you... Okay. I'm sorry, Jenna. How do we want to do this? You took notes on your own?
I mean, I can just add a few things. I don't want to take a ton of time, and you already covered a lot of stuff. But,
okay, should I go back?
For our group, but I can just, and I don't even have to share, but a couple of other things that came up in the second half of our breakout were kind of related to our first question, which was what are incentives for publishers for collaborating with databases, is that there's a general frustration that curators see so many poorly written papers that clearly weren't well reviewed, that make it through to publication, and then they have to try to deal with that data. And so the suggested future action would be to provide training or materials for really across the board authors so that they understand what makes their data fair, for reviewers so that when they're reviewing a paper, they know what they're looking for to make sure that the data that ultimately gets published is fair. And then editors so that they're not accepting papers if the data is not fair. And then just a general sense that practices differ a lot among journals. So some have people in terms of verifying data. So some have people that are dedicated on their staff to checking whether if there's an accession number published in a paper that it actually leads to a data set. Whereas many journals also they have a policy, but then there's no actual enforcement of it. And so kind of similar, Karen was saying, having like carrots, and then sticks. So it was suggested in our session was a fairness rating that journals would be endorsed if they do have fair practices, and that it would hurt reputations of journals that are consistently publishing papers that aren't fair. And then just increased community awareness. So ideally, people would not be publishing in predatory journals or journals who aren't ensuring that their data is available. For the second question, how can we quantify and convey the impact of curated data to publishers? So a big question really in our session was, do publishers even care about this? And then Karen already kind of talked about that. But we need them to care, and then maybe if we can show them data indicating that data that's linked to databases increases traffic to their journals, increases people reading their papers, maybe people citing their papers, that might be an incentive that would make them more likely to want to work with databases. And then let's see. For the third question, so critical issues remaining. We sort of talked a lot about training also, so engaging young researchers so that they understand the importance and best practices and sharing data. And then also talked about having like online learning modules to help maybe researchers could get some type of certification for participating. And then someone also shared pre-review. So could we organize clubs to give early career researchers chances to get practice in reviewing and understanding how to ensure papers that they review are fair. Another question that came up is, can we make publications easier to curate? So we talked about, as an example, like genome notes type of papers where they have like a form and structure that makes it a lot easier to know what type of data is going to be in there and to pull it out. So could other papers describing other data types be in some type of structured format that it makes them easier to get data from? And finally, for the last one, barriers to enabling FAIR from the start. I think one of the big things we talked about was that a barrier is that you have to translate messy and just the nature of science, right? Is that the data isn't always clean. It's not always it doesn't always fall into a very specific data model that's easy to that's machine readable and easy to integrate into a database. And so translating it is a challenge. One suggestion was if we can, well, really just that depending on where an identifier is minted, the information that's stored with it differs. And so could that be more standard in order to make curation of that data more standardized? And let's see. That's really all I'll add, unless anyone has any questions. And just integrating tools. So it's like, this isn't easy, and relying on enforcement from journals and then post-publication curation isn't ideal. And then if we had tools that could integrate this along the process, that'd be great. But how exactly to do that is really the future action. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions? Oh, right on time. Oh,
A quest. If we need to be right on time, that's no problem.
no. The talk was hot. You're good. You're good.
So it's not a question per se, but I was thinking back to the curators and bad papers, but made me think of curators maybe see good papers too. And I think a lot about positive reinforcement. And I just finished my second year on our campus's promotion and tenure committee. So I've seen a lot of dossiers from a lot of different disciplines at this point. And there's, an honors and awards section. And so it just made me think about, that's actually an easy thing that you're not competing with a lot of other things in general for. Like you got the AgBioData award for, reporting well. And that made me think about like corresponding authors, but then if they could nominate a graduate student from that, well, I keep trying to like link all those different pieces together in my head about how do we promote the good work and hold that up, and how can that get attention? Because it's an attention economy, and then how do we pass it down to the students?
So ISB, right, has, there's the Data Parasite Awards. So, maybe we could decide to nominate somebody for, a Data Fairness Award. I mean, you can print another one of those out, right, David? Sorry, I know where he went. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the data generator, and just be like, hey, we're nominating this paper. That could be cool.
Yeah, great ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, and do we have any? All right, no, nothing in the chat. So, all right, well, thank you, everyone. I think, let's see. Oh yeah, we've got 5 minutes. We can open the floor for just general questions. You can now ask questions to any of the working groups you want.
Okay, this isn't a question, this is a thought because I'm nuts. If we want to train the AIs to be better curators or better for other things, could we come up with a benchmark? Because they always seem to be having these benchmark fights between each other. So is it possible we could come up with a biocuration benchmark and we could rank the different AIs, and then maybe they would routinely use it if we could get it into someone? Is that a possibility, or is that?
I think that's kind of what we've been hearing, or something that's been echoed throughout all of the presentations, just a need for benchmarking data.
I mean a public one for the companies to compete on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I don't know if any of the working group reporters want to comment or anything.
More as a stick, there's a group that is offering $2,000 to authors who retract their data, retract their publications if they, if they're finding that they made a mistake. I mean, that highlights the importance of, clarity and data representation. But I don't know of anything that's more of the carrot. Was that I think that's related to the question. Did I get it wrong? I hope I didn't get it wrong.
Yeah, so the question was more along the lines of, how do we create these benchmarking data sets for companies who are developing different like natural language or biocuration pipelines. Doreen?
I was curious I mean, I've been part of the NLP working group and I've been part of the AI working group, the AIR working group, and they kind of touch a little bit on both of those, okay? And so I'm curious whether the group has considered in these benchmarking data set if we define the actual use cases, because I think that there are several things happening now when we're calling curation, right? So one is curation of just discovery if something is out there. Very low level, and we heard earlier in the international section, could there be some sort of low level opportunity to be able to find the databases, kind of what the curation, I mean, the literature group has demonstrated you could do with something like this. But then there's what I think about for us are the traditional gene functions, which Tare has been phenomenal of. And when we have done work in the past, we've used all the hard work that Tare has done to look at as a benchmarking data set for curation, right, of gene function. But is the group looking to go beyond gene? Are they looking for just gene function, or are we looking to go beyond gene function? And if we are, I think we need to define what those data sets are specifically, or what we're expecting the AI to curate. Because, we call biocuration means many different things to many different people. And so I think one of the things that would probably be really useful for this group is if they came out with one or two top wins for the benchmarking data sets that we've been talking about to demonstrate whether these things would work, but be very concrete of what that means, what curation means. In the databases that I work on, we're excited not only to look at that holy grail of can I suck out that gene function from the experimental work to can I just use it to clean up the data sets that used to spend another person a lot of hours just to consume, right? So there's two levels of biocuration here. And I think and for those training sets, I think we need to decide what that is. Does that make sense to the group?
Yeah, and I think Tanya might have our answer. She'll be our last commenter.
Not an answer, but an idea which came out of what you mentioned, which was, could there be funding that we could get to run a competition? Because running such a competition costs time and resources, right? You need the databases, you need the data sets, the golden data sets, you need people to assess the results, and then you need some way of managing the people that are going to participate. And so we've thought in the past of maybe some of you have participated in CAFA, we haven't, or Kaggle. Those are established frameworks. It's like they've done this many times, they know how to do it. Maybe there's space for another group to do such a competition. Maybe we're willing to do that. We need to find the people with the expertise to do that. Maybe we can partner with Kaggle or with the people who ran CAFA. That could be interesting.
I agree, and I think that's a great thought to end on. Once again, thank you to all of our presenters. And we'll actually be moving to our next session. Oh, which is a coffee break. Okay, sorry. Didn't mean to scare anyone. Okay, so we will have a 15-minute break from now until 3.
You can't quite remember.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay. And you're gonna, okay. Yeah. For those online, it'll move into a panel. With that, Doreen, take it away.
Okay, can you hear me okay, folks? Yeah? No? Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Doreen.
Okay. So there's a Doreen in the room and there's a Dorrie. Doreen is Doreen Ware and I'm Dorrie. So a wee bit of a difference. Even though we're both Doreens, I go by Dorrie. And sometimes I get mail from Dorrie, not from Doreen, for Doreen that I have to send off. But anyway, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update on our sustainability work as part of this networking grant. Excuse me, my voice is going a little bit. So what I'm going to do is just take you through what we've done, where we are, and make a suggestion or recommendation for something that we could do towards becoming sustainable. So first of all, what are the actual the goals of our particular working group sustainability, or that item in the grant, is to develop a roadmap for sustainable integrated GGB database ecosystem that allows researchers to continue to have access to this reliable, high quality, curated and fair data well into the future. And it's becoming even more important in many ways, as we'll talk about in a bit. I had a quick check of how many databases we actually have. We have 41 publicly funded community databases. 34 of those are US based and funded. The other 3 databases are not really what we'd call databases, but resources, allied resources. So what this means in terms of our goal in practice, not to do with the actual databases, that what we've been trying to do with the sustainability is plan and develop infrastructure and strategies and tools to enable this long-term sustainability. And we need to address as part of that reality that most of our databases rely on short-term funding, and they're vulnerable to loss of personnel and knowledge when funding lapses, even as demand for their services continue to increase, and particularly as we move into this AI age, which we're now in, of course. So when we look at this 5 years, there's 3 years of the original award and then another 2-year creativity. So in terms of the original award, the first 3 years, this included doing a self-assessment of member databases, doing a detailed analysis and modeling of sustainability solutions, and coming up with a roadmap development. A lot of that was done by Shabri, who has since left, and the working group, the sustainability working group at that time. But Shabri did a lot of this work, which was actually included some funding for that in the actual network grant, the RCN. For the creativity extension, this was moved forward to do some quantitative impact assessment, identify some common solutions, and then seeking new sustainable funding. We're not actually at the point of seeking new sustainable funding, but we have some thoughts on that and where we can go with that. Sustainability, as a reminder, is a core deliverable of the award alongside fair data. And when I mean sustainability, it's not us all being sustainable, but moving towards or having a plan for sustainability for our databases. I just wanted to do a thank you to the present and former members of the Sustainability Work Group. I actually can't quite remember which ones are current and which ones were the past. I hope I haven't missed anyone, but thank you for all your time and effort towards this, this goal, this aim that we have. I need to move this. So first of all, I thought I'd start by giving you just where we've gone in this 5-year journey. So we started at surveys and we've ended up potentially with strategy, or we hope with strategy. So in the first year, much of it was self-assessment. There was a survey of all member databases. We found that 50% of the databases had funding insecurity. And largely those were the ones that didn't have USDRS funding for the most part, and that curated data at risk was identified as a risk. That curated data, the ability to do curation of the data, was at risk as part of that. In the second year, that was mainly around stakeholder analysis. So Shabri mapped out all the stakeholder groups. PI funder and curator surveys were done. Shabri talked to supporters of the databases in terms of industry, for example, anyone who was supporting it, funding-wise supporting it from industry or parts of them, and the value of the database was value of our databases were documented. In year 3, we did 5 database deep dives. That was actually my databases, I think, or my program's databases, which we had set aside money in a grant to do. So it was separate to the RCN, but included in the RCN. And based on that, we built a return of investment methodology so that we could then assess the value of our databases, or what we did in terms of an economic value, and have that framework put together. So in the first year of extension, Chablis and I did in-person interviews, and then unfortunately Chablis departed mid-year from Phoenix, and so then I took over kind of the rest of it and did some more interviews and some more analysis. And then we also had in that year the PAG 31 sustainability workshop. And now in our final year of the grant, unless we get an extension, we had a PAG 32 sustainability workshop again, which was largely a town hall model with discussions, which I unfortunately wasn't able to attend. We now have a citation tool working, and I'll talk more about that a little later. And then we have 5 draft advocacy documents, and these are for one for scientists, one for researchers, scientists, one for industry, one for congressional, for legislators, so congressional aides more than anything, and staff. We have an opinion piece for Nature, and we have a one-pager for the National Academy of Sciences. And then the last thing that we want to do in terms of an output, those docs are in draft, and one of the things you're going to do is look at those for us and give us your feedback in the working session. But then the last main thing that probably needs to be done is the white paper. The plan is, for me at least, to have a draft by July 2026, have an outline of what that would look like, and then also then to come up with a strategic direction, which we're going to put forward to you today. Okay, did I go too far? Okay, I'm sorry, some of these slides are a bit texty. Okay, so I mentioned about the number of So I want to mention that the work that we did in sustainability was mostly, almost exclusively focused on US databases. And there was a reason for that, because many of the non-US databases are actually funded by their respective countries, and are not what we call they are community databases, but they're not the community that we tend to think of, I guess I should say. So it's not that they're being excluded. And I really enjoyed your group this morning, Doreen, where you were talking about the international. I think there's a lot of value in that, but I'm not really covering this here. And so we have to have a discussion about how we do that. Actually, in the documents you're going to review today, one of the questions for you is, what can we do about the international component? How do we add this to what we want to do? So anyway, so I've done some citation analysis of these. I haven't done all 34 yet. I'll have to finish that, but that will be done when I run the tool on all the databases that we've developed. I've done it on some of them. But I can easily say that tens of thousands of peer-reviewed publications have come out of the community databases that we currently have. And also remember that some of these databases have been around since 1995, when USDA-ARS first funded them, and they're still going strongly, which is great. Or they've morphed into a non-USDA database. An example would be RoseDB came in to become GDR, Dendrome went on to become TreeGenes. When we looked at this data we have here came from the in-person interviews that we had, and they were informal. So none of this is attributed to a specific database, even though I have that data. It's anonymous for various reasons. But what we can say based on that analysis is that annual budgets for these databases typically range between the 200,000 to the 500,000 per year. And they typically include teams of 2 to 4 experts. Now, some databases, for example, like Lucas Miller's and my programs, do multiple databases, and so we tend to merge that funding together. So, for example, we don't have 500K per database, but we have, when we take them all together, it would come out to about 200K per database if we were to do that. And then Lucas is kind of the same. But what's interesting is that these databases support a US ag economy that's 500 to 600 billion annually. So this, if we think about what we have available to us to do our databases, to run our databases, do all our curation, all the other things that we do with our databases, this comes back to an estimated return of investment of more than 24,000 to 1. And I will finalize that figure, but it's not going to change much. I have done quite a bit of work on that. So that is if you think about it in terms of that, that's a huge value that we provide. And then there's 4 main types of models that we looked at, or we found. There was the USDRS support, and I have here insufficient. And that came from discussions, not that, you know, you have the support, you can run your databases, but there's other things that you want to do and you don't have the resources to do them, or you don't have any redundancy in your system very much, and which most of us don't when it comes to our databases. But that's, so although you get the support, you could do with more support to do more things that you want to do. Competitive grants, and of course they come there. There's no stable base there, right? You're always looking. They're volatile, right? So you know, if you're on those, that can be problematic. But you know, if you can get one for 3 or 4 to 5 years, then that's a big help, obviously. Industry funding, that's normally partial. My own program gets money from Cotton Incorporated, which has been tremendous over the last 15 years. I think they've given us about 1.8 million towards Cotton Gin. Subscription, that's not viable for most databases. It works for Dyer because of Dyer's massive user group, massive user community, and also for the very smart way that they've done their subscription models. There's also, you know, philanthropy, but there's not a whole lot of that in our database world. What that survey, that in-person, the original survey, and also talking to the PIs, 50% of our databases report inadequate long-term funding security. And most of the people that are working in those databases are on soft money. And so I know for those of us who have looked to retain our folks, it's amazing given that they're on soft money and they still stay. Some of the databases are at risk of closure or significant decline, and that obviously is a problem because when you lose the database or you get a significant decline, you can't update the data, and you become a bit obsolete, right? Or researchers are not going to come to you if they do not think the data is current or reasonably current, right? With what you've got there, the tools and the data are reasonably current. So, you know, we all know that big value of our databases, I think we all know, is the expert curation, the domain expertise that we bring to our databases. And that knowledge cannot be easily recovered, and rebuilding takes years, if at all. If we lose it, trying to bring that back properly is very hard to do. And I know there's been discussion that AI might be able to do that. I don't know how easy AI will be able to do that. I think AI needs us. I don't think we need AI too in some respects, but AI definitely needs these databases, and that's an opportunity in a way it wasn't even a year ago for us. It's an opportunity to try and get sustainable funding for our resources because AI needs us. So in terms of key findings from the 5 years of research into sustainability, project-based grants cannot sustain infrastructure. You know, even thinking about the hardware that we have to manage ourselves, it's challenging. Our community value is enormous, but we don't do the best way of communicating that to funders and policymakers. And I think part of that is that as a community, what we do is to help science, right? To help researchers. And so we don't do it for glory. I don't think we do it because it's something that we really enjoy doing, and our personalities kind of reflect that. So we're not necessarily people who are out there communicating how much good we do or how much value we have. I think that's what I've kind of observed. We need a diversity of funding sources, so that came out very strongly in the first one. No single model is sufficient for us all to be able to do one thing, although it could be if something happens. We do need enhanced computational resources for all the data we're analysing, and that was pretty much across the board as well for all the databases. Community engagement must be strengthened. Sometimes we're good at that, right? And sometimes we're not so good at that, and that needs to be kind of almost by database analysis to say, okay, you yourself saying, okay, we need to be more visible. And then AI and machine learning investment is needed for curation at scale. And there's all these working groups that are looking at this, which is great. We want to be able to use AI to help us with the curation process. I know that we're heading towards that way in our group, and I know many of you are. And this is, I know you all know this, right? But maybe this is something that we need to be more vocal about, is that general repositories are great. They do all the things you can see here, you can deposit it. But in terms of the actual value of our community databases, they're not compatible at all. And we know that, and I think that's something we maybe need to get out, or certainly in the one pages is something I've tried to convey, that these are what we have is different, and we need the general repositories. That's great, but often the data just sits there and is never used again. Whereas or in the case of publications, they're supposed to be in a general repository and they don't exist anywhere. Right? We can't even find them when we try to do our curation piece. So community databases have a lot of components to them that make them so useful, and it still comes down to, I think, for me, the domain expertise that we have and the care that we take with our databases. And also, I should say, most of our databases are embedded in the communities that we serve, and that's a huge benefit. And we get support from our communities because they know what we're trying to do and to help them to engage to advance their science. And I mentioned there about AI, and so we are at an inflection point, I think, in ag science, not just in agricultural discovery, science discovery, but the breeding part. There's tremendous opportunities for what AI can do and is already starting to do. But AI does not work with poor data or with rough data. It needs to be curated and consistently described. And so it needs the structure, descriptions across the studies. It needs to be traceable to the source. We need provenance of that data. That's so important, and something that even if we didn't have AI, we should be doing. And that includes when other databases take our data to do something with it, right? That needs to be traceable. So there needs to be ownership of the people, the original people who generate the data, what the database, it's where you found that data from the database, and linked to other publications, for example. Cross-referenced across species, labs, and years, and expert validation, not automated ingestion alone. So we know that models, the big thing about models, about AI models, is the machine learning, is they need to be trained. And the value of the data to that is incomparable when it comes to training them. And then you need them to be checked by experts. So we've worked with some people where we get results and it makes no sense at all, but they don't know it doesn't make any sense. But the experts know, the domain experts know what should be correct. Okay, so the point of this is that community databases are the only resources that can provide this the scale that AI requires. And with a sustained investment, these databases become the AI-ready foundation that agricultural discovery, and I should say application, needs. And so this, I think, is really, this is something that we can hammer home to get sustainable funding, that we need this to stay competitive and to serve our communities. So I already kind of mentioned this, the ones that were evaluated. I'm not going to go into this, but we've already said that. So the strategic recommendation that we're advocating for here, is that we need, what we should aim for perhaps is national research infrastructure designation with dedicated sustained federal funding. Now that doesn't mean that you don't go out and get more grants or whatever, but you'd have this core funding to at least keep your database current, and maybe with a wee bit of redundancy, and also allow you to do some of the other work that we know we'd all like to do, we can't do because we don't have the resources. So why an NRI does? Well, first of all, it's stable and it's non-competitive core funding. So you can go ahead and focus on what you do rather than just trying to survive. It's a formal federal recognition of strategic public value, which our databases are. And again, we have the data to prove that. It enables us to do long-term planning, to look at AI investment and growth. And there are precedents for that. So look at GenBank, NCBI, Phytosome's a great example of that. What they do, the LITER network, ecological resource search. So it's there. And then I've got another one here, NRSP. This is the National Research Support Projects. And this is supported by the state agricultural experiment stations. So these are what every land grant has these. Land grant university has these. And what they do is they manage multi-state grants, and as well as national research projects. And there's not many ever national research projects. And I've given you a list of the current ones here. And two of these are ones that are relevant for AgBioData, NRSP 8 and NRSP 9. And so the way that these come, these are, you're not doing research, you're providing a resource for research. And so typically what they say when you write one of these is that we can't get funding in elsewhere, right? So that's why they fund you here. Now that's not strictly true anymore, I think, but that's the premise of it. And it involves, it's a huge thing, because every basically there has to be a majority of ag experiment station directors agree to give up part of their own funding to fund this, an NRSP. And so that means you have to demonstrate to them that what you are providing in an NRSP is of value to every state in the US. There's a value to them. The nice thing about it is that it's a really interesting grant to write, the way that the structure of it that they want. And then there's not a whole lot of reporting, which is rather nice. So it's a fairly easy grant to manage. So the reason I know about that is that we had one in our program here. We had one for 10 years. We got 400 to 500,000 per year, which was just a game changer. So this was the core funding, and that was the argument we made. We've got 5 databases. We need some core funding for 4 positions. You know, a developer, lead manager, a system admin DBA. I can't remember exactly what we asked for. And we need hardware, we need storage, we need computational resources. And so we got that money for that length of time, which was, you know, unbelievable. I'm just showing you, we have 5 databases there, and we did other things. We had a miscellaneous clause in there. So the community needed something, like they needed a plant breeding survey, and, made that available for did the survey and created these tools for them to look at it, so that the ag experiment directors could look at the breeding programs in their state and what the resources they had, and that kind of thing. A fruit and nut cultivars data. Anyway, other things that we did as part of that. And the AgBioData website was actually created through the NRSP 10. So this was a game changer. And I should mention that 400 to 500K, there is no indirects out of that. So the university actually doesn't get anything. You get all the money. So so it actually makes it much more equivalent to maybe a 600, 700,000 a year grant when you add in indirects. So I'm going to give you an update on the progress since this time last year. We've done some more impact analysis. So we now have a DOI citation tool, which I've called TRACE. Don't know if that's what we ultimately want to call it, but tracking research and citation evidence. It's built and it's extendable to all AgBioData databases, and it will be provided by the end of May to everyone that wants it. There's one more thing I have to do with it, and then we have advocacy one-pagers. There's 3 complete for, there's 5 complete, but 3 complete for today for you to review. We have one for the scientists, legislators, and industry, and you're going to be reviewing them today for us. And then the other 2 are for the National Academy of Sciences, an opinion piece for it. You have access to them, but the thought was you wouldn't have time to review them. But you'll have opportunity to do that again soon. And there's instructions for every one of those, what we'd like you to look at, if possible, what we'd like you to review about them. And feel free to be as critical as you want about them. That's a good idea. We have been working on the strategic direction, which is this national infrastructure designation with dedicated funding. And going back to the NRSP 10, NRSP, one of the reasons I highlighted that was that they have already got a structure in place to be able to disseminate money to the universities. Now, it tends to be land grants, but there's no reason in theory why they couldn't do it to any organization that had a grant or they got funding from this, through this mechanism, this process. So that makes it much easier potentially to do this, because the structure's in place that would be extending their structure if, say, for example, a large amount of funding was made available from the federal government. Anyway, the other thing is the white paper that I mentioned there. Okay, so this is our trace right now. So this is a Python-based citation analysis tool that I got the code, asked Claude to build it for me, and it runs in Google Colab. So there's no software installation or coding expertise required. It's highly changeable. You just take the code and you tell it what else you want in Claude, figure it out, it'll figure it out for you, and then you can add all sorts of things onto this if you want to add that on, and then run it in Google Colab. It searches for databases: OpenAlex, Semantic Scholar, Europe, PMC, and PubMed. And I found them to be pretty good. For the most part, I've used them with the DOIs for the databases rather than using, I have used the search, the URL search, because for our databases, a lot of times they're not referencing the publications. And so therefore we find other ways. But for the purposes of the citation analysis, I'm just doing the DOIs for the databases, for all the databases. It deduplicates results across all the sources and filters out database team pubs using heuristic rules, so we know they take out our own publications. You can export it wherever you want. I've got it exporting into Excel with APA formatted citations, journal name, corresponding author, name, and email. So we can get hold of authors if we need something, for example. Having the journal name in a separate column is kind of handy too for contacting them when we're not happy about something. I initially developed it for GDR for one of our databases. I adapted it for Maze easily. And so I'll go ahead and adapt it for the rest of those. If you don't, I'll email over all the PIs, and if you don't want, my plan was just to do it and give it to you. You don't have to use it if you don't want. That's absolutely up. And I'll have some good information on how you use it, kind of thing, and how you change it. Excuse me. One thing I do need to add is some summary output in a nice format. And I think maybe I have this next. Oh yeah, so this is an example for Grameen doing for you. This is, you might not need it, whatever, but this is just an idea of some of the output we can produce from it. So it's showing you here from 2020. These are not real figures, by the way.
Oh, we could use this for our 301, no problem.
Okay, great. Good. But so what it's trying to do is capture not just the publications that you've got, right, that are citing your use of your database, but also the return of investment. In that budget, that's completely made up. That's not real. Okay, I'm sure it's not. And who you support with your database. And so, this will be all properly customized for, and this is not probably the final format, but this could be output as a slide view, as a PDF, as HTML, whatever you need it, you can output it like that. It's very flexible. I like it a great deal. Anyways, just an example. So you'd have the Excel file, and then you can customize it to do anything you want in theory. Okay. So next thing is the outreach, the 3 advocacy one-pagers for review today. So I've got the 3 here and the 2 below it. So what this does, and I want you to really look at this and think, does this make sense? And it might not make sense, right? So there's a consistent ask across all 5, is that we want it designated as national research infrastructure, what we do, right? And I'm aware that there's nuance there, right? Because not every database might fit that, right? That would be something, how this would come to be, how we get the funding, what we all need to do is an extra piece, an important piece, of course, but do we want to request national research infrastructure? For example, the National Academy of Sciences one-pager, what it's requesting is they do a study to kind of hopefully find out that yes, they should be, so they can recommend national research infrastructure status. And then with dedicated sustained federal funding, if there's enough will, I don't have the number offhand, but if we were to double the funding we got for our databases, then it still would be, a piece in the ocean it wouldn't be that much money overall for the federal government to fund. And especially if it came to a community like ours, where we work so well together. A ground up movement from the beginning. 10 years, it's 10 years ago since the start of AgBioData started. Pretty sure it's 10 years ago it started at PAG. So, we're not starting from nowhere. We have good connections with the international community. They're part of this. So, we're in a nice position. And then if we structure around the AI piece, what we can do for AI. And we talked about, also discussed about, you know, creating a centre, for example, to be able to allocate funds out to people. That's another potential way of getting the funding, because we all have issues in our organizations with hiring people, how difficult it is for us to hire, how long we have to wait. I had to wait 2 years to get a new system admin DBA to get through, just for them, just because they wouldn't allow me to pay what I needed to pay to hire someone, even though it was money I had in federal grants. Anyway, they wouldn't let me do it from the HR perspective at the time. So we talked, all the databases have this issue with how long it takes us. And so the idea that maybe we could have some floating people that help us was one of the thoughts that we discussed in the sustainability group. So here's an example of your one pager for the scientists and researchers. These are basically the 5 points of what we cover with them. And you see the ask at the bottom is to advocate to your institutions, program officers and policymakers for NRI designation. Where you're allowed to, there's some lobbying things you can't do, for example, and here's the kind of key points that are in there. For agricultural industry, we're asking them to advocate to policymakers that dedicated funding is necessary, is essential for our US competitiveness. We give them, you know, the return investment, that kind of thing, what we do, the value of it all. Congressional staff, and I think what I have. So I should go back here. So for researchers, the kind of kickers at the top, these are your databases. They were built by you and for you, by and for your community, and their future depends on that community. That's key. We don't have a community to serve, then we don't need to exist. For the industry, your teams use them, your pipelines depend on them, and they are at risk. For federal congressional people, the US is home to the majority of these databases. This is a strategic asset. It should be treated as one. For, which one's this? This is the NAS one. These databases are the product of decades of expert curation, bridging billions in federally funded research, and the scientists, leaders, and AI systems that depend on them or will depend on them in AI. So we're asking them to conduct a study and recommend that, and they recommend formal NRI designation with dedicated federal funding. And they have a lot of clout, so if they were to do that, we might get it. And then the nature opinion piece is agriculture's data backbone is at risk, and AI will pay the price. We may need to change that, but that's kind of where that one was going. So what we're asking them to do is, what we're wanting this to do is to raise broad awareness, because really right now the only people that really know that our databases are at risk, are not able to be as impactful as we want to be, is our own database community. I'm not sure the scientific community realize that. We tell our stakeholders through our steering committees, but I don't think that's so widely known that we are at risk. We're at risk even if we can stay alive and do work. We're not able to do everything we should be able to do to maximize the value for our researchers and industry and whatever. So your discussions for each of these pages are, I suppose I'm getting into this too soon. I can come back to that. But anyway, there's a remit for that, for what we'd like you to do. So the sustainability white paper, here's some draft sections for that. Hope to have a draft by the end of July, and then probably finalize it by September before the end of this grant. And it will be available at AgBioData.org and whatever else we're going to actually publish it. So our next steps and call to action are the workshop review for these 3 pages. Be as critical as you would like. So read each document as a whole. So the way it's going to work is you'll go into one group. You'll have 30 minutes to discuss and tell us and record what you want us to know. Come back out and report for 5 minutes each group, and then we'll have a discussion about the findings, kind of thing, as a community. So tell us what is accurate, what's missing, and what lands best. Flag anything that you're concerned with, the language, maybe it's too vitriolic, whatever, or it's not vitriolic, I don't know. Have a look and see what you think. And then once you've done that, very soon we will refine and finalize these. We'll include your feedback. We'll add in finalize the return on investment and citation numbers, and we'll prepare distribution versions. And you'll get a chance to look at them again before the very end, for the very final thing. After we've done that, we will distribute an advocate for them. So we'll submit the nature comment, we'll send to congressional offices, engage industry, and submit to NES. And our ultimate goal, if you agree, is that we get this designation of NRI status. And then hopefully we get her sustained federal funding. And maybe I'm being far too optimistic with this, but because I had an NRSP, I know how valuable that is to our databases for us to do our work. Your feedback makes our case stronger. The data is there. The expertise is there. We know we have it. The community is there. They're behind us. What is missing is sufficient and sustained investment. And that's all I have. Thank you for listening. Did I take the full half hour? Did I take longer? Oh dear. All right. I don't know what happens now. Oh, the panel.
Yeah, sorry, are there questions for Dorrie?
I will be on the panel, so you can always ask me there if we need to get on. Or maybe we don't. I don't know how long it took. Oh, it took too long. Sorry.
Are there questions from anyone directly right now? I mean, it sounds like we have a little bit of time. There was a 30-minute break after this, so if we run.
Oh, was there? Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. So I just want to make sure. Yeah, Natalie, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, was there a link for the citation tracker?
Not yet, no. I will provide that.
Okay. Do you know when?
Yes, very soon. Very, very soon. So by the end of this month. So we're going to have it done in 9 days' time. I want to have that nice little formatting piece on too.
I want to show this slide that's in the drive somewhere.
But just to say that, you know, I had a student in my program, an undergrad, do all that analysis for our 5 databases, and it took forever because it was done very manually. This is a game changer for us, I think, going forward for my program.
Sustainability?
Doreen, do you have a question?
Dorrie, I think you did a great job, and I really like the connections that you were making to the land grant and the potential designation. I'm thinking as we're working through this, and the international thing that came up was this concept of using shared resources. And I really do think that we have to think about all of us within this ecosystem as being shared resources with one another. Right? That there will be times when you're managing, 2 or 3 resources and you lose expertise and you may be out of it for a while. And I think this concept of not only sharing software platforms, but expertise is going to be incredibly important moving forward. I really think that identifying potentially pools of developers to work on projects is an interesting path forward.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Cable? That's okay. We don't need to have the slides, but with the folks that are, except Dorrie's kind of not there anymore.
You can tell.
I'm not.
Yeah. Are you guys still?
I'm still here.
Yeah, we need an IT support person for this.
We need. Sorry, we had a broken cable, so. Yeah, there's just, don't worry about it. It's just a cable issue. Yeah, it'll be fixed in no time.
This is, they're gonna give us a new one.
Okay, well, we just moved this back. Can you hear us? Can they hear us?
They can still hear it.
Sorry, a little confusion here. Upside down.
Thanks to Natalie Myers.
Natalie Myers, she's come
Around clutch.
everything. Okay. Oh, look, there we are. Okay, so everybody's back again. Are you guys blind from that? I can turn this off after. Yeah, maybe that's it. So, sorry about that. So we're going to transition briefly to a sort of a short panel with some of our people with experience with sustainability. So if you don't mind, I'm going to do some very, very quick introductions. So we have Heidi Imker here from the University of Illinois, who's been, I think, was a member briefly of the Sustainability Working Group and has participated in activities with the Global Biodata Research Council. And then Dorrie, who you just heard from as the chair of the Sustainability Working Group. And then we have Tanya Berardini from Phoenix Bioinformatics and Dyer, and Omar with and without hair from UPath-DB, who can both share experiences, from the perspective of databases who have transitioned in their to sort of different sustainability models. So I have a number of leading questions that, oh yeah, they're not up here. That's okay. We can actually turn the slide sharing thing off, but I guess, so my first question for you, and we'll start with Heidi down and then end with Dorrie, is we've heard a lot about AI and how it's both a boon and a burden to our databases. Those of us with resources are constantly having to battle these bots that are bringing our websites down and then, taking this curated knowledge and redistributing it without attribution. So the question is, how can databases honor the commitment we have to open data while still ensuring that our sustainability and that our work is fully credited? So Heidi, take it away.
Sure. I'll say so I've done some research on sustainability for resources particularly in the life sciences for several years now. And one of the most, I think, helpful resources is from OECD on business models for data resources. It's from maybe 2016 or 17. And they have this really interesting point in there basically about commons and about, the purpose of a commons is that people can use it, but also like the more use, the more it doesn't actually distract from the commons. But I think in this case, we're seeing for AI, it is actually distracting from the commons because it can consume so much of your infrastructure that things are going down. So to me, that actually argues for a scenario where there is actually charges for people to use AI with your resources. So free to humans for, click through, all that sort of thing. But as you all know too, for developing some of, the more AI ready features does take more resources as well. So, I think everybody in this room wouldn't be here if you weren't extremely pro open data, pro, giving everybody access to everything. But I think that dynamic has shifted a bit in terms of what's being sucked out of the resources as a whole. And so I think there can be an uncomfortable but a better balance between charging some people or some actually companies or users who are going to be consuming massive amounts of the data resource with the people who are, looking to check for their one gene verification or something.
Okay, so yeah, I totally agree with that. I think also that for resources where, when we talked about this earlier, where the websites are going down because of bot access, the question is there actually programmatic access to that resource, or is the resource just going down because they're using the web interface? And if that's the case, then it definitely need to consider investing in putting up some API wrappers that allow bots then to access data. Even if the database is ancient, you can still have programmatic access to these resources and make that available. I totally agree that there needs to be some kind of a check on bot access. In fact, one thing as we were developing our sustainability model is we ended up, by some weird circumstance, talking to the person in charge of development at Wikimedia. And their model as well for
for programmatic access to all the data that Wikipedia has and other parts of Wikimedia is that the API access is a fee for service operation. And that's where they make a lot of their money, although they do get donations, which is, we can't compete with billions of users, obviously. I did want to say a couple of things about, I think there was this question about the barrier, tech barrier. Is that the one that's?
Oh, no, that's a different question.
Oh, okay. So you switched them around. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Oh, you said for the ensuring full credit. Yeah. So one thing as well, and that came up in the webinar that I presented at, and it was a sort of a comment from somebody, and I looked into that a bit more. So this concept of watermarking the data, and providing information in there for the bots on how to cite the data. And that's feasible as well, apparently. We haven't tried it, but that's something we're certainly going to look into to make sure, at least from a credit in the classical sense, that you get citation credit. But I also think that resources need to start thinking about financial credit to accessing of the data as well. I think that's super important. So I'll stop here. I have a lot more to say, but I'll stop here.
The two of you pretty much covered what I was going to take. And I was just thinking, like, credit for using data. Isn't there, like, blockchain? Doesn't that do that? Like, you get your data from here and then you move it over and it gets tagged, and, like, can't we use that somehow? I know nothing about it, but I know that there's some way of tracking things that move through systems and data that moves through systems. So maybe we can learn from our, colleagues in other resources.
Financial overloaders.
Yes, like, try and get some benefit out of that.
Dorrie, would you like to chime in?
Not a whole lot to say about that. I mean, in our databases, what we find is certainly for 2 or 3 of them, is that our data gets taken and a database is thrown up somewhere else that even looks like our database, as in they're using the same template because we use a triple database structure. And there is no way for us to really stop that unless we go to an account-based system right now. And that's, not necessarily where we want to go, but, and it's not that we'd make our data not available, but at least we'd know where it was going. So we're not sure quite what we're going to do yet, but we do get frustrated when it goes it goes somewhere and it basically is the same database thrown up. It's very frustrating.
We'll move on to the next and sort of related question. Omar was like all ready for it. So I'm going to actually start with you, Dorrie, if that's okay. So we're going to go back and forth. Oops. Yeah. So again, we've talked about how AI could be used to improve and enhance our infrastructure. But given that we all have these different tech stacks, what are the barriers that we face to working together to achieve the AI competency and readiness for databases? And what does it seem feasible to accomplish? And maybe this overlaps a bit with the AI readiness, discussion, but just sort of your thoughts about that as related to sustainability.
Well, thinking about that, I think about the AI in terms there's different levels of it, right? So using AI to perhaps, like, for example, be able to do pre-curation work or identify manuscripts that we want to curate, right? That part, I think it's very useful for that, and probably not that hard to do that. We've done that a little bit with one of our other databases, and we think that will be reasonably easy to do, provided, well, this is the provision, at least the way we're thinking, because we were working with someone who was doing a little bit of that and really didn't understand the complexity of what we have in our database. It's, so there's that part, which I think is actually easy enough to do. But then the other part is having querying systems that are basically like Amazon, right? Where you go in and you ask for something, and to actually get to the right data for that is going to be, we think, is challenging. So we're not sure we're willing to try things. We're not sure. We have a couple of proposals and we're proposing to do some of this. And we are very happy to work with the community and find out what's out there and try things that they're developing, or if AgBioData does it. I think the more we can share, the better we are, as long as it can be tailored to what we need for our particular systems. So I'm not very sure about is the answer, I guess.
I want to pick up on we all have different tech stacks, and AI could be used to improve or enhance database infrastructure and sustainability, and talk about we all have software developers that maintain our tech stacks and that maintain our software and our UIs. And at Terra and Morphobank, we use AI for sustaining that infrastructure. There's a bug, we describe it, Claude Code helps us diagnose it and fix it. We have a new feature we want to add. Claude Code helps us develop it. What our software developers are doing is reviewing the suggested code changes. Do they make sense in the context of our broader tech stack, because Claude may not know about everything. And so what we use is we have our code in GitHub. We give Claude Code access to all of the GitHub code, and then you talk to it. And I think that is sustainable. That is sustainability of the resource in terms of technological sustainability. Can we maintain it? And that's my contribution to this question.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. We're using Claude Code on a regular basis, the team, and it's walks hand in hand. And I was talking to somebody yesterday that it used to be that you had your software development engineers and developers that were sort of divided up into back-end developers and front-end developers, and basically that's out the door now. Basically, as long as you can read code at some level, then you should be able to QC it before you send it out to the world or to your resource. So I wholeheartedly support that. I wanted to also pick up on something that was said earlier in one of the sessions, and we talked about using sort of sharing prompts. And I think, one way of doing that is to come up with some gold standard prompts that are used across all the resources, and then putting them somewhere in a repository where everybody in the same resource can use that. So you're basically sharing the knowledge of one group developed a really robust prompt to do some kind of a task, then making sure that that's shared with everybody else in the consortium. Because I think that saves a lot of time, a lot of effort, and you learn from those other people's experiences. So yeah, that's what I'll contribute to this.
Yeah, when I read that, actually, I thought about, what are the opportunities? And I thought, I'm new to the sustainability group and the group as a whole. So it's very easy for me to come in and go, oh, look at you all. You're here and you're talking. So imagine this was, 2020 before you got the grant, or 2013, and you were all in isolation. So at this point, you already have Omar and Tanya talking about the way that they're using it. So you're already working together, and how valuable that is. Like, if you're in your isolation, just kind of looking around going, who do I ask? How do I find out about this? And you just do some Google searches or something. So you already have a really strong network. So there's a lot of opportunity, and it comes up, beyond the technical stack. Gabe was talking about and Omar talking about licensing. So there's all sorts of facets to this AI that is really helpful to have a whole community. Even if you don't do exactly the same thing, you still inform each other, and you still end up making better decisions, even if it's slightly different because of, how your resource operates or those circumstances. So I think it's, there's terrific amounts of opportunities that I just want to recognize that you're already taking advantage of.
I will say that I think there's a way to share those skills so that you can essentially import those pipelines as skills in like Claude, for example. Okay, so the next, moving on a little bit out of AI. So for community databases, like many of our GGBs, what does a sustainable future look like? I mean, I think that Dorrie has voiced an opinion on that in one perspective. Terra and ViewPath seem to be successful examples of transitioning to subscription funding, but that's not probably a generalizable solution. Consolidation is exemplified by the Alliance for Genome. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. Yeah, sorry. So consolidation, we've heard from folks at the Alliance for Genome Resources, that was sort of another, somewhat enforced pass for them. So, what are some of the other viable paths forward, and what are the pros and cons of maybe some of them, and what would it take to get there? So I think we've heard about this sort of national infrastructure thing, but I'm just sort of wondering if there's other ideas that people wanted to share. So Heidi, you get to start again.
I think about kind of the history of UPath as a whole, which started as 14 distinct resources maybe at one point, and over time did adopt similar infrastructure. And I think it's really painful. And so I think people fight it for a really long time because it is painful. But I think it feels like for Dorrie, you know, a lot of your resources sounds like are also operating on the same tech stack as well. So I think at least opening your minds and start thinking about what that could look like and what those pros and cons are kind of the first start to that. I know that's not but it's a very emotional response to, because it's an enormous amount of effort, and you usually do end up giving up things, but you also can gain sustainability, or at least a better shot at it. So I think that's my small plea there.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was painful. I think one thing that's very important is for each resource, for each database or group, is to understand what is the service that they're providing, what is their product, and who is the clientele, who's using their product. And across the GGBs, I'm sure there are going to be resources that are used by thousands of people, and there's a lot of data in there, and it's clear what it is. And then maybe there are other ones that are used by 2 labs, right? And but it's important to understand that landscape before you start figuring out, well, what kind of sustainable model you're going to try and apply, which aspects of it. And as was indicated, that you know, there isn't going to be a one-size-fit-all model. And likely any model that comes out, just like us, we're looking for funding from multiple different sources. So the idea is not to go, you know, as we were in the past, you know, relying on, you know, NIH, for example, for all of our funding. And that obviously, when NIH decided to change course, that was disastrous for us, right? And obviously, in hindsight, was a bad idea. And so, but even not thinking, you know, not thinking about just grants, right? Even if your sustainability model relies on funding from various foundations, and that still can be viewed as a single source of funding, right? It's all grants. And so the question is, are there other funding sources that you can think of? Whether it is from individual labs, or it is companies, or is there something unique that your resource is providing that can be capitalized on for sustainability? And it may be that for some resources, the money is not the big issue here, that there are grants that are sufficient to support those models. But as a consortium as a whole, then maybe there's a way to consolidate things and bring in funding that supports everybody. And it's possible that some resources are bringing in more funding from their clientele that then ends up supporting the group. But the input from everybody, you know, makes the group stronger, I think.
So totally yes to the diversification of revenue streams. And speaking from the chair's perspective of more than 10 years now, it's because of that that we're still around, that we've been able to bring in subscriptions from companies, from countries all over the world, whereas before TERRA was funded just by the NSF, even though countries all over the world were using it. Now countries all over the world are supporting it. And it gives us a little bit more resilience when any one area is deeply affected. So, crazy idea, there are some places that are US funded. So great, you're in the US, access it for free. You're not, you can't get in or give us money, right? You have to build a system to check. You have to build a system to collect, but that may be worth the investment of long-term revenue, especially if you know that your resource is valuable to those other countries.
Dorrie?
I agree with that, Tanya. And actually, you know, our funder for Cotton Gen is Cotton Incorporated, and they would very much like us to implement free usage for US scientists and charge non-US scientists, in particular one group. So I know that's where we are getting pushed to do, what we're getting pushed to do for that particular database. And it's not unreasonable, I suppose. Yeah, but we have to build a system
I'm sorry,
for it.
I can't see the online. Can somebody? Yeah, I think we're just going through we weren't necessarily doing an open Q&A. Sorry, but maybe if we have time after the questions to do that. Old environment. Sorry, Dorrie, did you want to finish your comment?
No, I think I was finished.
Okay. So I had one more sort of structured question, and then if people want to, spend a few more minutes and answer some open kind of questions. So the last one, panel-wide question, is about the, NIH, NSF, and other funders have updated the rules about open data and data management planning, basically requiring, as of now, data will be shared at the time of publication, and also how that needs to be outlined in data management plans. So the questions are, what are the opportunities and challenges for database sustainability that emerge from this moment? And what should, GGB databases and digital resources need to do in order to be able to ensure that this requirement is accomplished fairly and sustainably? So maybe you can just sort of pick one, whatever is your kind of favorite response to do. So starting with Dorrie.
Again, I think this is a great opportunity for us and makes us more relevant, our databases. I feel very strongly that there needs to be a push to make journals and funders require that data goes to a community database. Because I think that is the only way you make it fair. And the journals pay for that. So they're not the ones that are checking the data. We're the ones checking the data. I'm not sure they do check the data half the time. And they pay us because they are making money from these publications. And I honestly, I feel most strongly about that, but it won't happen unless I think federal funding agencies, funders, really push this for us. So that's why I'd like to see that happen. And then the databases are sustainable. That's the way to make them sustainable, in my opinion. The easiest way to make them sustainable.
I think more guidance from NIH, NSF on exactly how the data should be shared at the time of publication would be helpful. In other words, dumping it in Dryad or Zenodo, is that good? Is that enough? Because really the lowest bar is what will be cleared by people trying to submit data. And I agree totally with Dorrie that if NIH and NSF said you have to share your data through a trusted resource, whatever that is, we could probably figure out how to become that trusted resource for a particular data type. And then to put the hook of you have to pay for it because really, otherwise it's not going to happen.
Yeah, so building on that, we've at ViewPathDB, we actually aggressively have lobbied our community to our users to integrate in the data sharing and dissemination. So what a section is a clause on where they're going to share their data and to specifically indicate ViewPathDB and that they that part of their grant will be used to pay the subscription. And the subscription fee is specifically to cover data sharing and dissemination. We're not trying to be a repository. There are many repositories out there that are great, obviously perfect, and they do a great job depositing their data. But I think resources, at least for speaking of ViewPathDB, we're very useful for disseminating the data and making it interoperable with other data types within the resource. And so the data becomes much more valuable, I think, ultimately. And maybe back to Dorrie's point about the publishers, I agree it's important. I think one thing that we've also heavily been working with our community is to convince them, and I think very successfully, is that for them to know that it's in their best interest if they make sure their data is made available through a resource like ViewPathDB, because that enhances the visibility of their data. It makes it more usable. I mean, we have data in ViewPathDB that was loaded in 2002, and it's still being used. right? And that data would not be used today if it was just in the publication and somewhere in the bowels of Geo, right, where nobody's going to go back and look at it. So.
Yeah, maybe I'll just say, so for NIH, they just implemented this new like 4-question thing, which so in my position, we actually work with researchers like well before it gets to, publication or curation. We really want them to like manage their data and have a backup and do all those kinds of things too. So we're not super excited about that because it kind of strips all that parts away. But one thing that is really good about it is it's very clear. It's like, where are you sharing your data? Put the link in. So that's great. And we just replied to an RFI, and I don't know, they left it in my hands to do the reply, and I was real hot. So they about like controlled access repositories and like the CUI data and those sorts of things. And I said very specifically, it should be clearer in the actual funding announcement. Like you've got some, because this is what happens, I think in our case a lot where we see, they're like, don't put it here, but they don't tell you where to put it. Like they're like, it's such a mess. Like they're just sort of like all over up in the air. They have okay, help us. Like we'll do what you want, but give us more clarity there. So I think there's actually some decent opportunities there too about starting it way farther upstream so that there's some point of continuity all along it. Otherwise it's just this mad guess.
Could I also add that, if the funders made this requirement, it was very specific in there, and the databases were the ones that were checking the data. There could very easily be a system where they're able to say that data from that grant has been shared, right? So it reflects really well in the funding agencies. We make it really easy for them to know, right, that data has been shared and is available and has been integrated with the other resources. And I think that, absolutely the value of that data is amplified when it's curated and it's integrated. That's the key thing of our database. That's the value added we give, right? Is that piece.
Did we get the question that was, I think, looks like Rex had the question online. But maybe we can take like 1 or 2 quick questions because we do have something going on.
It was more of a sort of a question comment.
Mm-hmm. About small individual communities banding together to make a subscription model more acceptable. Does that seem like a feasible? I mean,
I agree. It's totally feasible. And I mean, in ViewPathDB is a great example of that. We have some some databases, some of our databases like MicroSporidiaDB, they're because Microsporidia, which are important pathogens, but very small community, or TrickDB, right, is one of the most widespread sexually transmitted disease, but there are probably 2 labs in the US that works on it. It's doesn't kill you. So, but it's still part of our resource and it's available. And so packaging up in the under the ViewPathDB umbrella has been useful. I think on the same note, for the longest time when we initially got funded by NIH, the grant was designed or designated for organisms that are potential bioterrorist weapons. And we were, a big portion of our resource included organisms that are endemic in low and middle income countries that cause diseases that are not necessarily bioterrorist weapons, like malaria, like Plasmodium falciparum, which causes malaria. And the question was, well, how do we even, by their definition, we could not support, malaria, which affects, a quarter of the world's population. But we were able to include it as an evolutionary related organism to Toxoplasma and Cryptosporidium, which both are supposedly, potential bioterrorist weapons. There would be horrible, but that's the case. So somehow you have to find creative ways to band together and include them. I totally agree with that sentiment that banding together is important.
Same opportunities available, or with the rampant AI, every freaking grant proposal is about AI and the data is relevant. So it feels a little bit gross in a way because we know it's valid. I mean, we know it should just be sustained, but if that's the game, play the game.
So maybe we can take 1 more question for folks on the panel and then we have to move on.
Yeah, so I have a question about the subscription-based model. Because, Tyer has great resource for decades, and there's no doubt about it. But what if, Meiji GDB suddenly say, oh, I'm going to go subscription model. A sorghum database probably say, I'm going to go subscription model. A rice database, then it's going to be problematic because some people who doesn't belong to any institute, Africa or Southeast Asia, they may lose their access of this vast of information. Because we're talking about inclusiveness in science. How can you deal with this? I look at kind of different angle.
It's on. When we transitioned Terra to a subscription model, we tried really hard to continue to give some people or people who couldn't pay for a subscription access. And so for that, we did several things. One is we made data that's a year old freely available for public reuse. We still continue to give, call it free access for 50 pages, or let's consider them pages, for users that don't come to Terra very often. So you don't have to subscribe if you just want to look something up once or twice. And then, like, if you're driving over a bridge, if you're driving over it all the time, you got to pay, right? And if you can't pay because of where you are geographically, I think it is maybe the low-income countries from the World Bank grouping, we give free access. HBCUs, we give free access. We can't give everybody free access. We'd like to, but we don't have the funding to do that. So
I can tell you from the ViewPath-DB model, what we did is anybody can use the resource for free. So you have to create an account, you have to register and log in, but then you can use the resource freely. If you're subscribed, you get a green check mark. And if you're not subscribed, you get this annoying exclamation mark and a big note saying you know, but you still can use all the data, right? You can use everything, you can use all the tools. And our approach, and we've also insisted that even if you cannot pay, let's say your subscription is zero because you have no grant funding, we request that you fill up an invoice and say that you're going to pay zero, because we feel that it's building our database of clients that are, because that person who pays zero now may be able to pay $1,000 next year. And so we're building that database. That's our model right now, but we don't know if it's going to work, but that's what we're doing.
So maybe just to close it out, it sounds a little bit like what some journals have tried with Subscribe to Open. You try and get funding to cover the costs. If you get that from various institutions, then everybody can access for free.
I know that we could have more, everybody might have more to say about that, but we do have a little bit of a break and people need to move into different rooms and, pipe cleaner through the brain and get started on the next thing. So please check to see what session you want to go in to work on these one-pagers. Oh, hi, I have this thing here. Okay, so I didn't realize I was emceeing. I just had this thing. Okay, so for the people who want to work on the scientific researcher audiences, Monica Poelchau has renamed herself and will be in the Great Plains B right here. Those of us who are interested in working on industry-related documentation will follow Carson Andorf back upstairs to 221A. And then those who want to work on the legislative document with Dorrie will move to upstairs to 221B. And I think that there are updated Zoom links maybe in the chat, or I think that don't.
But I will put them on the chat now.
Yeah, so I think maybe don't use if you're using the paper, whatever the document that was sent out initially, they might have been.
Check the Slack.
Yeah, check and make sure. Thank you guys so much. I really
Oh,
appreciate it.
Lenore, quick thing. Can you ask them to have someone take the notes?